Ring the bell. Happy Monday, everyone. What a gap up. Boy, how do I even want to start this week off? Let's start off with one question, guys. One question. Is it still a bull market? Are we still in a bull market? Anyone? Bueller. Gary says yes. Are we still in a bull market? Well, those that were here in the stream, you guys know my thoughts. I'm not going to sit here and take a big victory lap, but we can talk about throughout the day, the obvious signs of why that should have been kind of the default thought that everyone had. But boy, what a beautiful Monday to wake up to. Over a 2% gap up here. We're almost up 2.5% just to start the day. That does make trading a little bit interesting today, but hey, we'll take it, right? We will take it. World Cup is going crazy. Knicks won. Shout out to all the Knicks fans out there. I know I gave some of you guys a hard time. Congratulations to the Knicks. World Cup is at all-time highs right now. And here we are, stock market. How far are we from all-time high? Almost 1% away. 1.25. Boy, what a morning. I really don't have any trades to take here right at the open. I mean, this thing could just keep going. But where do you even get in? We'll measure everything out. We'll see where we're at. SPX kind of between some levels. We'll take a look at our NFP levels. That's probably the other big watch for you today. Talked about, here's the box on QQQ. We talked about this box. Said, okay, we tested into this box multiple times. We should traverse the other side of it. Boom. What a beautiful morning. What's up, Frankie? How's it going? Frankie's still getting the sand out of his shoes. Colin coming to you live from my vacay in Germany. It's cold. Ooh, it's cold in Germany. I bet that's nice, actually. I bet that's nice. Contract roll. We can talk about that too at some point. Looks like Top Step did roll people over. I haven't even opened Tradify yet to look. Bull market vibe. I just went with bull market vibes today. How about that? I think I am going to go ahead and probably roll on my contracts today. We'll start trading NQU, ESU.
Morning, Eb.
They said that they're getting North Lebanon stuff, so we'll see if they can hold water.
Goodness, I don't even know. Yeah, I see like Tradify asked me to roll my contracts. Top Step rolled the contracts. So what I'll do, guys, I'll be watching the volume. I will, because we're pretty familiar with the levels from the current contract that expires on Thursday night into Friday. We'll keep our eye on that. We'll kind of compare some of the levels and stuff between the two. Start charting the new contract. That's the way I approach it. Some people do the roll gap, the NQ regular gap, whatever. All right, SpaceX. Let's talk about that too. SpaceX. So big shout out. First off, SpaceX with a successful IPO. I guess we'll just shout out SpaceX as a whole, but shout out to our sponsor. Today we have Defiance sponsoring us again. Big shout out to Defiance. 2 ETFs to start searching for. Put on your watch list: SPCU, SPCQ. I didn't even look at the chat to see who else here this morning. We are just we're ripping. We're at R3. I have no trades to take care. I'm not gonna try to fade this move. There's just some awareness factors here of, I mean, shorts are going to get squeezed because there's a lot of people that didn't believe that we would have an Iran deal at all. Now, whether you think it's a good deal or bad deal is irrelevant. Let's see. Got all the UFC stuff. Shout out to the UFC. Apparently there was a pretty good event there. I don't know what all happened. I was only watching the World Cup. Too many Trump tweets to even go back and find the here it is, 16 hours ago. This is what I saw yesterday. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. And then we'll just hit this one. This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and have all failed before me. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace with the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday. For purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. There. Done. All right. Speaking of, hey, time for the soundboard, right?
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh. Hey, I don't know what- Come on, y'all, get out!
You cooking? Oil back to 80. Boy, I could have just swung short this thing for a while if the margin requirements weren't so bad. All right. We'll figure out the graphic. Thanks, Boris, for always being on top of everything. Shout out, Boris. Look at that, squeezing new high again. Oh, what a great morning. Why I look, guys, I know I struggle with the word deal. I don't know why. That's just how I've always said it. Deal. I don't know. All right. All right. Buying equities what's up, DP? Buying equities last week panned out well, up over 10% on AMD shares, ETFs doing, yeah. Everything except for oil. All the panicins, I guess. Is that the right term? I'm just looking at Mag 7. Nvidia back to 209, up almost 2%. Apple's up 1.5%. Google's up 2%. Microsoft's up 1.7%. Amazon up 3%. Meta up 4%. Broadcom up almost 3%. Tesla 1.2%. AMD up almost 8%. And then we go into like some of the more ASML, important one there, up 1%. MU's up 7%. Qualcomm's up 6%. Goodness gracious. Dell 2.5%. Even Adobe's up. Even Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin's headed back to where I thought it would at least go back and back test. So there we go. Facebook Reels. Do I say Reels weird too? Who knows? Who knows, guys? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's a beautiful morning. You know, I never even thought about me saying that word until Evan started like making fun of me on Spaces for it. We do have Friday is quad witching, triple witching, whichever we want to call it. I guess it's by definition triple witching. Massive quarterly rebalancing. There is going to be some weird quarterly rebalancing going into Friday, and it could start any day. One of the biggest things I'm watching is how the inflows and everything happen today based on, you know, now that we got SpaceX out of the way. We do have FOMC on Wednesday, so let's keep that in mind. Notably, small caps, IWM, are not doing a whole lot. I'm sorry. It is Thursday. That is a great point. Friday is a holiday. And the problem is we already hit like pretty much all my topics or all my targets. We're up 780 points. Look, I got a coffee here. It was a long weekend. Yeah, Juneteenth market is closed on Friday. So Thursday, quarterly rebalance. I didn't watch any of those fights last night, by the way. Like 200 lots just filled there. I don't even know what to do here. Can you review the strategy of trimming and why it's so important? Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about that. Talk about a lot of things today. I don't know how much trading action there's going to be today. I will be keeping an eye. So these 2x leverage SpaceX. Yeah, I didn't even add SpaceX to my watch list yet. Yeah, absolute face ripper going on here. What do you even do with this? Shorts are just getting absolutely. I mean, we're drinking the Bears this morning. The Bears ashes in my coffee. Rizzo would short this. Rizzo's on vacation. That Japan. So well, we can talk World Cup. We can talk anything today, guys. I had a feeling. Look, and if you're an active trader, if you're new here, we try to take good setups, great trades, all the above. But the main thing we focus on trying to get the probabilities in our favor. There's I mean, the only probability I have here is just to stay long somewhere, but you're up almost 3% on the day. I mean, that'd be the only thing that I would really even like somewhat think to look for is maybe these relative highs, another 100 points higher. Maybe we go tap into this area up here. But there's nothing I can do this early in the morning. I mean, we get an IB set up. We are really so like a lot of times we get this overextended from EMAs. I do like to take shorts just for it to reset a little bit, but I don't know how high this thing can go. I don't really want to step in front of this thing. The scary thing is you have a lot of people offsides. A lot of people panicked and sold. So you got people panicking at the lows, between Friday and Tuesday. People panicked and said, oh, it's so over. They're having to buy back stuff. And then you also have anybody that was short or hedge short. What are they doing this morning? They're running for the hills. The store had a deal on some dills. Whatever, I'll try it. Yeah, the Japanese. So I saw, Colin, it was the Japanese and Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston was in there with all the Japanese. Amazing start to the World Cup. Yeah, so I was worried about the quality, and we are getting some Germany, Curacao. We are getting some games like that. Or last night, Tunisia, Sweden, Tunisia. Tunisia fired their coach after the first game because they lost 5-1 to our Swedish friends. Where's Maguire at? I bet he would. Maguire, it was like 4 a.m. for him whenever the game started last night. So he's probably sleeping in this morning. We did have some absolute. I mean, we had the two heavyweights that matched up. You had Brazil and Morocco. It was kind of the two biggest matchup, just as far as like big teams wise, rankings wise. 1-1 tie there, and then the Netherlands and Japan. That was a heck of a game yesterday. 2-2 draw. Oh, Maguire is awake. Feel so much FOMO to buy here. Yeah. I mean, last night I was busy. I wasn't able to do anything last night. But yeah, it's just long anywhere. Basically just long anywhere, right? Oh. We got more action today. Belgium, Egypt maybe turns into a good match today. Let's see. The FOMO part though. So like as an investor, as a trader, you have to train your brain to kind of think opposite, like contrarian. So like when everything was, looking bleak is when you usually have the best buying opportunity. And when everything's like crazy flying, depending on your time frame, when everything's crazy flying, that's when you have to, think, oh, I should take some profit. I'm not saying this morning is, it's probably some profit taking, but I'm not saying this morning is that. Côte d'Ivoire, yeah, Ivory Coast. That was a fun game as well. Hold on. All right. I can't do anything up here. I bet Frankie's Amazon calls are printing. Yeah, buy off the yeah. I mean, I don't even know. don't even know how or where to get involved. Right here, you finally get one red candle. Is this one of those where it does one red candle, pulls back, and then gets bought up, and then it does two red candles, a little pullback, and then like slowly kind of steams out? I like this line of thinking right here, bullish bear. Yeah, I think most traders, investors kind of get this lesson at some point, but things, like if you want to call it rigged, whatever word you want to use, but things are literally set up to go higher. Yeah, what's up, David? So that's why, guys, if you're new and you're curious, like just kind of chit chatting this morning, what do you do? Got to play the IB long. I mean, I want to say that, and you don't have to play anything, right? The IB long. I mean, I don't know when things are outside the order. So here's something that I like to come back to fairly often, and it's because I know myself as a trader and I know my trading style, and it's just something I've learned in the markets. So you have what I consider to be like ordinary type of days in the market where you're within a certain amount of range or percentage gain, that kind of stuff. You're you're based off the previous day's high or low. You're in a trend or you're in a range consolidation, but you're within like certain kind of metrics as a whole. A 2% plus gap up is not a normal day in the market. Just like the other day when we just started falling and we were just down 2, 3, 4%. Those aren't like normal. And I know that my trading system, the trades I take are mostly, especially like IB and things like that, those things are based off of more of a normal day. Even though statistics are all inclusive, they include every single day out there. It's an ugly 15-minute candle that just closed. Even though they do include all of the days out there, what I have just from looking back at things, what I've noticed, when things are up 2.5% or gap down 2%, or there's just, it's different environment and conditions than normal. I mean, most days, like you wake up, you're up or down a little bit, you trade based off of that previous day's range, and then look into your trend stuff, you look into your your higher time frame down to your lower time frame. But when you do this, like I know that I don't have really an edge up here. crypto, I mean, so, okay, here, we can put two things together here pretty quickly. So Gary says, what makes you think we truly have a deal with Iran? Trump has done this way too many times. So there's been different versions of the way he said this. So I guess the first thing I would say is this is the first time it's like, hey, they're signing a deal, like a deal is going to be signed. Before it was like, oh, you know, war's over, and then it was, you know, yeah, there's been like 27 different versions of this and the negotiations or whatever. Who knows everything that's actually happening? But what I do know is oil is down 5%. Oil's back to the lows of the last 2.5 months, 2 months, 3 months almost. Yeah. So oil is telling you that yes, there is some kind of deal going on. Risk assets. So we can even talk about like Bitcoin and crypto. I mean, should we reject right here? Yes, we probably should. But seeing these things bounce and go up, I mean, there's just a lot of pieces that like the market's telling you that things are good, right? And then we'll find out, because after all this, the dust is going to settle. They're going to look at inflation. How much damage did oil prices do? And, you know, there's a lot still to resolve, and that could take months. It could take months worth of data, and that's good, right? I mean, that's kind of how the markets always act. So for the next 5-6 months, we'll probably hear about, oh, well, you know, inflation's high, you know, oil prices did this much damage and stuff, and people will still be speculating. Somebody will be right, somebody will be wrong, and that's what gives you some juice in the market. People that are worried, just like this entire conflict, people that are worried about this or that, and, you know, hedging or betting downside and then having to cover over and over and again. Yeah, that's where you get some of the fuel to the fire. I actually had a really good conversation last night around just being able to, you know, whether you like the guy, whether you hate the guy, whatever, just taking the completely what is actually happening approach, just like almost, I don't know if cynical is maybe the right word here. Just taking the cynical approach of we're not like putting boots on the ground and going to an actual war. There was some bombing stuff that was done. The strait was closed. You're trying to you've got propaganda from both sides. The optimist wins again. That's where we'll leave that. Oh, first little pullback into the 9 there, and we get a 70-point bounce already. 15-minute candle looks gross, but the next candle has not confirmed anything, and since it pushed over that opening candle, you almost discount it. Let's take a look at NDX here. So we know we had a gap fill left here. So that's where we're fighting. We're fighting at a gap fill from Thursday into Friday. And it's funny, like, nothing ever happens, which can you, like, I mean, something kind of happens, but this is the approach during bull markets, especially, which this is a bull market. This is an AI revolution. This is the approach you have to take pretty much in every time. You, like, the market is rigged. Like I was saying this earlier, the market is rigged to go higher. Market's built, it's designed to go higher. Doesn't always go higher. I mean, over time it does, but Sorry, my computer over here had to restart it. But we got our new squawk and stuff going again. Oh, this music's brutal this morning. Try something different. I wish I was still short oil, but once it's already down here at 80, this is like my main target. I think it goes lower, but what's my risk to reward to short oil here? Are we all in on Cabo Verde? So Cabo Verde is the second smallest country in the World Cup. They have about I think they have 500,000 people in the whole country. They're playing Spain. Madrid has like 3 million people in its like metro alone, maybe more. Capital city of Spain is like 7 times the country that they're about to play. I'm at silver, long silver. Gold is making a nice move. It's tapping into an area right here, but I think gold's back to 4,500. Silver, yeah, silver looks like a big old inverse head and shoulders. Yeah. And here's your 2 shoulders, right? Silver looks good. Well, my question would be, why are you still hedged? So like, for one, if you have a legitimate concern about the market, this would be more of like the spot to put on a new hedge, right? Not to like keep holding with, I don't know. IWM is pulling in here. Sometimes can be a little bit of a leader of the market. I mean, we're just screaming hot here. So what do you do? ADD, at some point you get maxed out, right? Internals are fine. Nothing too crazy here. Fed speech is on Wednesday. I do remember Saudi Arabia doing that to Argentina last year. German had 53 cities of population higher than Curacao. Yeah, Curacao like 200,000, I think. Should I buy a 5-pack Apex or Tradify or just get 2 Lucid Flex 50K 50% off? It's gonna be all up to you. What I would tell you to do is go compare Apex's current rules for trading, consistency, drawdown, all of that. Compare it to Lucid and what was I saying? I forgot what I was gonna say. I would compare, just compare the types of the accounts from the different ones and then the overall price and value. That's the best way to do it with the prop firms. I personally like Lucid and Tradify more than I like Apex, but from what I know, and I don't trade Apex, I haven't in a long time. Apex's advantage is allowing you to trade a bunch of accounts. I would love to be in a trade, but I just can't do this. I can't do it. I don't have any edge for a trade here. Even for a scalp. Not yet.
I'm long. I think they're going to trade back to the highs, but I'm going to scale out. I got stops in.
I mean, we are resetting into like DMAs right here, but IWM doesn't look great. NVIDIA is just hanging out. Apple's strong.
I'm out. I am out.
Yeah, I just don't.
I'm going to see it lower now.
Yeah, I just don't feel good about either side here.
Well, if you up.
FOMC's on Wednesday. It's Kevin Warsh's first
You got
one.
to keep your stops tight if you're going to trade this. And
Yeah, you have to like
out.
scalpy.
Yeah, scalpy.
And you have to buy it when it looks ugly.
Yeah.
Real ugly. I don't know. Since I don't have like any way to get a real edge here, I am basically gonna wait at least for the first hour to close. This 15-minute looks gross. I mean, high of day you completed a gap fill. Maybe you come back to the other end of this gap. It's like 300 points lower though. SPY NFP high is, we didn't quite touch it, but it's like right there. About 40 cents higher than high of day. I wonder if this isn't the buy.
Whenever we get the crazy gap up, that isn't really a gap up, it's like the contract. Same. Yeah.
And so it's saying that the PET rules only keep holding me back from trading risky SPX.
Holding you back, bro, from success.
Scalping them, dude. Oh my god. So easy.
And now I'm a millionaire, bro. I'm pretty dog on Hines.
Ava just ripping right now. Like Ava calls are up 600, well, 700%. You're gonna be so tired, man. I literally am. Yeah, like doing my tiger. I'm sure it's gonna kill a little bit. He should, and he watch out.
Yeah, see, like it just doesn't act right just yet.
Yeah, can make it. You mix it up and take a new file.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go a little bit underneath that right here. Just run a little bit lower.
They got
It might not almost as you get here. I might go.
I see the 15-minute EMA. Yeah, that's under 604.
Actually, that might join a good here on some credit spread.
It's a little bit loud there, Frank.
Sure.
Sorry.
Credit spread.
Rocket companies, Izzy. I don't dislike the company. I still think we have some work to do in the mortgage space. You need mortgage rates way lower. You're fighting at the 50-day right now. So I mean, this could be resistance, or this could be the spot that you try to break over. There's nothing terrible about this chart, but it doesn't look great. Like, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look like super good. It's just kind of very, I would just say very neutral. To me, Rocket Mortgage to do well needs high volume of mortgages. And for that to happen, I think you need something to stimulate that. And getting mortgages down to 5, under 5.5, down to 5, I think would be yeah, I can't get excited about, I mean, I just don't know how quick rate sensitive names are going to be able to do something here. Maybe if some messaging comes out of the Fed on Wednesday, we'll see. This is Kevin. Kevin is right here. So there is some interesting pieces that are going to happen this week. So you have to deal with the contract rollover. So anybody that has been long the June contract, they're going to start taking profit from there and putting it onto the new contract, the U contract, NQU. It looks like this thing could go either way. It does not look perky at all, but I look at like ES, 2 wicks off the 21. Maybe if you touch this 21 on NQ, you buy it. No, I did not catch the gap up last night. I am watching ES maybe for a trade here if it wants to go the highs, because the confluence I would have there would be SPY to the NFP. It's just tough. This is just a tough morning to do anything. I didn't take any trades last night. I was we were doing some of the last family stuff for my wife's grandmother. Got home pretty late. I took a peek in and looked at it and was like, ah. Yep, here's the thing. We sit on hands. Sitting on hands is fine. We'll be watching the SpaceX, the 2x leverage things. See what happens. We are trying to trade up towards the highs on SpaceX. Do you just try the 21 with tight risk here? Like you probably do. You look for ES to make a new high. It's probably along here, 10 points towards new high on ES. In Q, I don't have the same great feeling about. But I think SPY wants to get to that NFP. IB sets in 7 minutes. Maybe a lot of sitting on hands today. Is IWM usually the leader or the laggard of the three? So IWM is more trendy a lot of times. A lot of times I see it kind of make a lead move, if that makes sense. So like, that's why I say it the way I did. Like sometimes it kind of just leads you to where the rest of the market ends up going. Maybe it's a little more dramatic at times, maybe not, but I don't know, I mean, like real crazy data on that or anything, but that's just kind of what I've noticed just from watching it over time. Five more minutes. I am going to force myself to just wait this full first hour before I take a trade. And it may go right here. This may be the spot to try to get one more little push, test those highs again, but I'm okay knowing that we gapped up 2+%, that we're up 750 points from Friday's close. I don't hate the longs here. if anything, I'm just working on my discipline of forcing myself to wait this first full hour, just knowing the conditions that we're in this morning. If I was going to take a trade, I would be trying to long back near those highs. I like ES a little bit better than NQ personally. It's really hard for me to think about longing NQ above R3. Like R3 pivot point calculations, it's rare to even get beyond R3. So just knowing that we're already up that far just makes me like the trade could work out, but if the probabilities of risk reward's not like super strong for me, I just don't want to do anything. Hopefully that makes sense. So we'll see what happens. But Three minutes initial balance, IB, first hour of the market will be set. Kind of gives us a little bit to work off of. I mean, my thought would almost be, do you sweep the high of that, maybe get up into the NFP up here on SPY, and then we can try to play a little short for the retracement back in? Is this just the reset that you need? Feels like it, right? There's probably some 15-minute gap that you tapped into or something. I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have any real. There's not any real like good feeling about this. I'm okay not making any money than flipping a coin to try to make money. I don't have to do it every single move of the market. Yeah, this whole game, this right here, our entire game is about probabilities. I think about like a quarterback. Like you could look at a guy and say, okay, he's probably open, or he could probably make the catch. Like honestly, I would look at this right now and be like, okay, you have Julio Jones or Megatron or Terrell Owens, whoever, whatever big name receiver that you want to name. You say, okay, I have this receiver out here. He has a safety over the top of him. He's got a corner underneath him. I could probably throw this up and he's probably going to make the catch. But he's double covered. Do I really want to throw that? I could probably check down, hit the running back out of the backfield at some point today and be fine. Lucid Flex or Lucid Pro? Great question. So I personally prefer Lucid Flex. The reason I like Lucid Flex is because there's no consistency rules in the funded account. You do have consistency on the way there, but passing in 2 days, I think, is a better price to pay than, you have a huge day and you got to worry about consistency in the funded. Yep. I was mostly looking for longs. I mean, I just shorted a little bit here and there, but mostly looking for longs because it was a pullback within a bull market. My higher time frame analysis was long. Now, I stayed away from options on both sides. Equity wise, I'm still in a lot of my equity. Pretty much all of it. Only thing I really sold was space. I mean, I took a little bit of trims here and there, like a few weeks ago, but the only thing I've really sold so far is space. But Lucid Flex. All right, we do have our IB set. We should take out the high. That's 800 on NQ. Yes, I like it better to take out the high. 76.22. The NFP is going to be a little bit higher than that. So if you go back to set Friday the 3rd, or Friday the 5th, that high on SPY, 754.50. So about 40 cents higher than our high of day. And then rejection there, maybe you play a little bit of retracement. %, probability the World Cup will affect my... Yes, I agree. And see, like, even for an IB trade, this is not comfortable. That was probably the spot right there that I would have liked along the most. It's just the way it pulled back that far is pretty dirty. We'll see. I think maybe we can get a little scalp long here, but I just don't love it. I would almost rather try to play a retracement after it goes higher, but I don't want to donate any money to the market today. If I'm going to donate money to the market, I'm going to play around with some of these SpaceX 2x leverage things that are launching. Has this opened yet? I don't think it has. Oh, it is open. Hey, the 2x leverage SpaceX is open. They're both open. Shout out Defiance here. All right, guys. Shout out our sponsor, Defiance, the 2x leverage SpaceX, long and short. It's right there at the bottom of your screen. They are officially open. Wow. Shout out Defiance. DefianceETFs.com. Definitely need to go make sure you read the perspective and everything. SPCU seeks daily investment results equal to 200% of the daily performance of SpaceX common stock. Targets 2x daily exposure, giving traders a single exchange-listed way to express leverage conviction on SpaceX without a margin account and without managing options yourself. It is fully listed. There's both directions here, SPCU, SPCQ. Keep in mind, an investment in SPCU or SPCQ is not an investment in SpaceX. It carries a high degree of risk, including the possible loss of your entire investment in a single day. That would be wild, but it is a possibility. Please do your own due diligence. These are for traders. These are trading vehicles. These 2x leverage things are trading vehicles. Can be much more fun than options when you don't have to deal with the Greeks and the timing and all that stuff. If you think a big move's coming, if you bought any of those 2x leverages back, anytime in April or May, you had some nice returns on that. Boris says de-fiance. No, Boris. I know English is your second language. Colin said, I wish I stayed in Boris's bed too. Decay, yes. So these are trading tools. They are daily rebalance. Please go read how they work. Please, please, please. If you're new to 2x leverage ETFs, please go do your due diligence. DefianceETFs.com. Prospectus, summary, perspective, all that stuff. I kind of want to short this, but I'd rather see it make a new high of day first. That's fair, Boris. But yeah, definitely like what Dean of Dividends is here saying. These aren't investment like ETFs. These are trading ETFs. 2x leverage is for trading. There is some decay. Obviously, there's some management fees, all that stuff. It's all in the prospectus. Make sure you go read that. It goes for any 2x leverage out there. But big shout out to Defiance. Not only sponsoring the stream, making this free, live all day for you guys. Same on Friday. We had a huge stream on Friday. Gave away all kinds of accounts and stuff. Guys, if you want an account on Friday from us, I'm not going to ask you for anything except for one thing. Don't blow it today. If you got a free account, don't blow it today. Should have already blown it on Friday. No, I'm just kidding. But don't blow it today. Look at the price action. If you're a scalper, if you're a hyper scalper, like sure, you're getting, 60, 50, whatever points back and forth. Maybe a little bit more. But you got to be a scalper and you got to stay around the edges. So you always hear Frank talking about the edges. The edges are super important. Especially with these ranges. You don't need much size when you have 60-point candles back and forth each direction. But we really haven't gone anywhere. We're consolidating. We moved up pretty much all night, floated higher, ripped out of the gate, and we've been consolidating for nearly an hour. Boris, what 3 languages do you speak? Because I feel like your original language... What are the edges? The edges of the range. So like when you see a range start to form, something about Reuters citing the U.S. military advisory says the 14-point plan is going to be is planned to be signed on Friday the 19th. They were advising people to be careful until then. Wait for explicit direction or a signature of the signature of the agreement. Boris, is Russian a big help? Boris, what? Russia didn't make the World Cup? That's down. I feel like that last one you said is not one. I think you can have a mixture of both, Lord of Wall Street. This is a general true statement Lord of Wall Street's making here. Scalpers will all lose in the long term. Dip buying long only. Swingers are the real winner. So swing traders typically do better than scalpers. Scalping is inherently more difficult. You can do both. I don't know. I'll scalp a trade here or there. I'm more of a directional trader, and I like to look for like a reaction to levels, and I like to, try to get in on a trend. Who's asking about trimming earlier? So like one of you guys asked about trimming this morning. Who was that? That'd be a good conversation to have. Nate. So trimming. The way that I like to think about trimming, we're getting a little bit of let's just handle the trimming conversation, because I don't want to get sucked into a trade here. This could go either way. If you point a gun at me, I'm going long, giving it some space and trying to get a new high of day. That would be my read. But trimming. So the way that I think about with futures and trading, the way that I found works for me. Now, some people like Jordan, for example, in his system, he sets his risk, he sets his reward, he's going full TP, he's going break even. His only adjustment is he's going to go break even after a certain point. So he's either going to, lose X amount, or he's going to win usually about twice that, depending on his risk reward settings. But if he's long at 700, looking for 800, he's looking for 100 points, and he's probably risking 50 points, all or nothing type of thing. If we get to a certain trigger point, he's going to go break even, which is going to improve his odds, because if it does come back down, stops him out, it's not a loss. So he's taking the loss off the table a little bit. So that's how he's managing his odds. I trade differently. I personally, I look for areas that I think buyers or sellers, either one, are going to show up, and or profit taking. So I look for multiple things of confluence to line up. Do we have key levels here? Do we have something in the price action, the candles, that are telling you that, that buyers or sellers are here? Is this a obvious spot that if you were short or long that you'd be taking profit? So I look for those kind of things to line up. And then I take the trade, and the way that I do my risk reward on futures, let's use an example. So like a lot of times I use like 3 M&Qs at a time. And so like I would see like, okay, we touched into the 21 here. So I'd try to buy like 3. And then I, see that this is pushing back up, and I maybe add 3 more. And then once we get back up to here, where these sellers were, let me highlight, see all these wicks right here. So where these, sellers previously were sitting, when we get back into that spot, I'm going to trim to de-risk the trade a little bit. So now I've locked in a little bit of profit. If we come back down and stop me out, it's going to end up being basically a break-even trade. But that's the way I manage it. And then as we, if I'm right, and as we move in our direction, like to me, like, yes, right now 40, 50 point moves are pretty common. 100 point moves are decently common. But then once you get past that, like, are you really going to make the move or not? I want to already be trimmed out. So I'm looking to get in the edges. So let's say, right now things are pretty volatile, but just in general, let's say I bought 2 different clips of 3 M&Q, like right here. Just let's say right here on this candle, I bought 6 total. Once we got back up here into where all these wicks were, where this kind of where these sellers have been pushing it down, I'm going to take 3 off the board here. So I'm going to be out half at a, 30, 40 point gain. And I'm probably going to take another trim here. If I took this trade, I'd take 1 more off the board here, and I'd have 2 left. And I'd want to take 1 more trim here, and then leave the runner to see if we can go up here. And the way that that's helped me is I don't have to sit here and watch a whole lot of profit like in my account and then come back out. I'm locking in things around along the way. I'm not worried about catching a full position size, because how many times does this go up here? Like if you took a full position size, how many times does this go up here? You don't lock in anything. You see like you were up $500 or something, 700, 800 bucks, $1,000, and then it comes back down to stop you out, break even, or for a loss. I personally, if I see some profit, I want to lock in something and de-risk the trade. So that's the way that I approach it. And maybe I can give some more examples. Today may not be the best day to like pick up examples on this, but Nate, I'll try to hit on that more often. Just how I take my trade, because I call out my trims, but like the process that I've kind of developed around it is usually around that. Like, how confident am I in the trade? Is how many times I buy and kind of scale into it, and then I scale back out of it. Like if I'm pretty confident we're going to get a bounce, if we're pretty overextended one direction or the other, we have 2, 3, 4 layers of confluence for some type of bounce or hold spot, I'm going to get in the trade that way, and then I'm going to trim along the way. So like if I had 12, let's say I took 12 MNQ, which VIX coming down like this, I probably feel a little bit better about it, but the ranges are still really wide right now. But let's just for the example, if I took 12, so I bought 3 MNQs 4 different times when I was getting into the trade. And then as things go in my direction, I'm going to trim out 3, which is taking off a quarter. I want to be out half. If I get 50, 75 points in my favor, I want to take off half the position. And normally at that point, I'm probably going to look to go like break even, or I'm going to move up the stop pretty tight to where, my entry was. And then I'm going to start planning out my trims as things. I've already won the trade, right? I got the entry. If I get the entry right, I want to try to have a winner on that trade. How do you grade the trade from A, B, or C and then trim? Yeah. So like, if I know it's a counter trend trade, so like if I was trying to short, like if I got short this morning, let's say like over here on this kind of overextension from EMAs and stuff, if I know it's a counter trend trade where I'm just looking for like a pullback because it's overextended, I'm going to trim a lot faster and I'm going to look to be out, because more likely than not, you're going to come revisit that spot again, especially if you come into it rapidly. Yes, looks like it's going to make this move and take out the IB high. But yeah, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the price action in real time. So I'm going to be looking at it going, okay, do I have anything in the price action that's telling me like, hey, we broke back over, buyers are stepping in, there's big bottom wicks are coming in, or full body candles are happening. Like I'm going to kind of read through that. I'm going to look around. Is ES lagging hard, or is NQ lagging hard versus, other pieces? Is everything kind of moving together, or is it not? And so like the A, B, C, whatever, like grading the trade, that happens dynamically while I'm in the trade. Like I'm constantly assessing, and you don't want to like because then you're like, you can like over tinker, you start adding, or you start trimming too fast, and then you want to add back in. I try not to like overthink it, but I do sit there and like I try to put realistic targets. Do I realistically think that we can get a 300-point trade from here? My probability side of my brain says we're up 750, 800 points on NQ. Do I want to look for another 300 points higher? Or do I want to look for maybe 100 points higher? Back to the highs, that kind of thing. And if it keeps going, great. Maybe I have one runner on. I try to let the runners do the heavy lifting, but the bulk of my profit is usually going to come from getting the trade right on the front end. Hopefully that makes sense. And I'll try to continue like hitting on these pieces throughout, as trades present themselves. Guys, you remember last week there was Roku news? Maybe it was Friday, the takeover news. I saw, I think this morning, what Fox was planning to buy him for 22 billion. Hopefully that helps, Nate. Yeah, and then we'll see. Like, let me find a good example, and we'll take a better look at some of that. Internals right now. So ADD is falling down. It's still extremely positive though. So your zero line is way down here on ADD. This is advanced decliners. One of the ways that I read ADD is just like overall, what are things doing? But I also think about it this way. I'm like, okay, this is like how many stocks are advancing versus declining. This coming down a little bit, like it kind of makes sense. If you're over 1,000, I don't expect ADD to just like keep pushing, if that makes sense. Like at a certain point, you know, you're kind of tapped out on how many things can be green. Vol D just made a new high. It's, you know, that's kind of the main way I'm looking at it, is just made a new high. So like there's currently still more buying and selling going on, and overall it's positive. And then I look here, this is Vol D on Vol DQ. This is for the NASDAQ. This is just straight trend up. I mean, just look, it's just more buying than selling every 5 minutes for the last hour. Even though price is not like pushed higher, it's more buying than selling is still going on. This certainly feels like a day where maybe ES sticks out this high and Q gets close to it, and then we pull back. I don't know. But if I don't have like a super strong read, I don't have a reason to be like in a trade. How do I fix my tilt problem? Keep donating money to the market. My solution I came up with, actually trade platforms only, because I get funded first. Try to so like I've talked about like the things that have worked for me. I think everyone's a little bit different. So you have to figure out like what's going to work for you. But the couple things that really helped me. So there was a time where I, in the morning, opened up my charts, got ready to trade, and told myself I'm not going to take a trade for 2 hours. Just not going to take a trade. So first thing I thought about was I'm not going to take, like, I'm going to force myself to not be in a trade. If I miss trades, great. But I would rather miss trades than donate money and go on tilt and have to fight back. Like, I don't want to throw a pick six on the first play of the game, right? And now I'm playing the whole game down. Like, it's tough. It just resets a lot of things. I'd rather wait and try to find a good opportunity. I'd rather punt than throw a pick six on the first drive. Another thing, Roman, that really helped me, I thought about it this way. I said, okay, on average, there's your average day, right? Some days are way better than others. Not every day is the same. Some days, depending on how you trade, there's 5 great trade setups, 10 great trade setups, maybe. 10's probably exaggeration, but maybe there's 5. Most days, there's probably 2 to 3 great trade setups. So I started thinking, what if I limit myself to saying, okay, I can only take one trade today. Would that be the trade? If you could only take one trade today, is this the best opportunity you think you're going to get the entire day? So right now, if I looked at this and said, hey, I can only take one trade today, do I want to try to long right now on NQ? Looks like a pretty decent setup to go take out the highs. ES is like 2-3 points away from taking the high. What if it just wicks that high and then comes back down? Your IB, it takes out your IB. So do I love it? If this was the only trade that I could take today, do I love it? Would this be the one? Do I have enough confluence to say, hey, you only get one shot, you only get one bullet today? Is this a shot that I'm going to take? If you're a sniper, right? If you're a sniper, you have one bullet, you have one shot. Do you have a clean enough shot that this is the one you're going to take? Or can you sit and think like, hey, if I wait a little bit longer, Maybe I have a cleaner shot. Maybe I have a more clear setup. So that piece right there was one of the things that helped me a ton. Was like I focused on discipline. That was like a core thing of me for like months, right? Like 6 months. I said, hey, if I could only take one trade today, would this be the trade? Would it be the trade? I don't know if you guys ever played Call of Duty. I see the Counter-Strike comment here. If you ever played One in the Chamber on Call of Duty, where you have one bullet, would you fire that one bullet? So that's probably my main thought, or the main trick that helped me. There's IB high on SPY, and yes, not quite to that NFP, but pretty close, But yeah, that was one thing. And then there's a whole list of other things I've talked about before too. So like if you stop chasing, just stop chasing a trade. If you miss a trade, just let it go. That'll help too. But there's times where like, I want to be in a trade so bad. And I've told this story multiple times. I took the batteries out of my mouse. I've got up and walked to the kitchen to get something to drink, to reset that, like, when you get that kind of spike of, I got to do something. So I don't know, that's what really helped me. Now everyone's different, right? Rooster, who knows what the hell Rooster does, but what I think about is, hey, what helped me, and the way I try to approach it is this trade a high enough confidence, high enough probability? Do I have enough confidence in this trade that if it was the only one that I took today, would it work? You do that, I promise you it'll help you out overall. Are you going to have 10 huge winning trades and 1,000-point gains and stuff like that? Maybe not. Is it going to help build you longer term? Should. The other thing that, like, I guess helped me in a way was what was the other point? I was going to make another point here. I really like the example I gave though, but shoot, I lost my thought. Started reading the chat. But hopefully that helps, Roman, because I remember what I was going to say. I know from looking back at my results that I take more bad trades than I miss trades. This is the other thing, and I've said this recently as well. There more times than not, I take a bad trade or I take a loss rather than, I missed out on a good opportunity. So my overall thought process is usually more geared around, hey, I know that I should try to miss a trade than try to make this the trade. Hopefully that made sense. Made sense in my brain. Sizing down is also, I think it's just worth mentioning. Sizing down allows you to be right or wrong way more times. Nightbot with the hell of the timing here. All right, you're hitting NFP high right here. So this is kind of like just based on the NFP system. This would be basically your full target. For SPY, you just took out the IB high. You're up a ton. Can you higher? Yes, of course you can. If you get some kind of a rejection, could there be a little bit of a retracement trade here set up? Maybe. In Q, I would love to just go take out those highs at 900 or whatever, but still got IWM fading. Nvidia strong, looks like it's going to try to take out its IB high. Apple just made a new high, pulled back a bit. Google still looks decent. Microsoft's not doing a whole lot, but it's kind of curling upside. Amazon just looks sideways. Meta at high of day. Broadcom weak. What's SMH doing? It's fine. You can always look at SPX too. Where's SPX? SPX is sitting in a big gap. There's your IB high on NQ. So you've taken out IB high on both assets. The IB trade was the trade. EMA's held. Played out pretty nicely. SMT, well, you don't really have. You could have had it, I guess, for a second, but you don't have any. You don't have SMT. Yeah, oil big pop off of the 80. It's just, what are your chances of going, like, we're up almost 3% of the day. What are your chances of that? I mean, you start to get beyond average daily ranges. There you go, Rooster, 100-point trade. Went long at 30.075. Where are some good trims or targets? Here, I'm going to draw a couple things here real fast. So target wise, IB extension 898 also lines up with those equal highs. This 850 area was also kind of on that hourly chart, was also kind of an area of resistance. So for extensions, yeah, 854, 898. So I'd probably do like 850, 848, and 897 would be my two targets if I was long here. I would be trimming on this break, on this push right here. I'd be taking a trim. But this looks like we had a nice little consolidation for about an hour or more. And we're pushing higher. Higher for longer. Still bull market, right, guys? Bull market. And this, we'll hit on this too, like throughout this week. So everyone approaches the contract roll slightly differently. There's a few different ways I know people approach it. I personally start to chart on the new contract. I always go back to IndieX. I use the measuring tool all the time. So on IndieX, which is where the futures are, based off of, those levels aren't going to change. But the levels on futures on NQ, for example, they do change. So I don't really care about the contract roll, the gap, all that stuff as much as what I care about is where is the level for NQ that currently matches up with the underlying IndieX. So I can go to IndieX and say, hey, there's a pretty clear level, 30,500-ish. And then I can go look at, say, okay, well, it's like 20 points higher than where we're currently trading, 25 points higher than we're currently trading. And then I can go over to NQ and say, well, it's 25 points higher than we're currently trading. We're at around that 850. That's the other way I approach it. And then I chart just on the current contract. So I type in, instead of using NQ1 or whatever, NQ, the continuous contract on TradingView, my approach is a little bit different. I type in and add the actual contract itself. So if you type in NQU 2026 and add that to your watch list, that's the way I do it. I know like Rizzo will look at the roll gap and stuff. I've found way more success personally just charting the underlying and putting those levels on the current contract. And like if you know, and like this is a little bit different because we're right at all-time highs. But like on NQ, if I know that we had a really key level somewhere, let's say like 30,300. Let's say you have a huge level marked on your chart, 30,300 on the current contract. I'm going to go find where that lines up on the new contract and probably mark it. I don't really have that much confidence to do that with here. I don't really have a good example this time because we're basically at all-time highs, but that's the way I would approach it. And so the easy thing to do is like, okay, if I had a level, let's say right here on my screen, 30,312, it's 200 points below where we're currently at. I would go to the new contract and say, okay, 200 points below 817. So 600, so 30,600. I'd put a line on my chart here. And if I look where we rejected all morning. So just eyeballing kind of a key level there. And so I would go to the new contract and I would say, hey, this was a big level on the previous contract. Maybe I want to put it on here. So those are the two things I do. I look for big levels on the current contract and I just do some basic math. Go put those onto the new contract that we're starting to trade this week. I also go to NDX. When in doubt, go back to NDX, go back to SPX, mark your levels. We technically have an unfilled gap on NDX up here too, don't we? $30,580. We have an unfilled gap that's 90 points higher than where we're currently at. So if I go to NQ, 90 points higher, I could say, okay, there's an unfilled gap, like right here, basically where they already have this line, 898. It's basically there's basically an unfilled gap on NQ right here, right there. Now you do have statistics that will tell you break IB, you have a high chance of retracing back to here at some point. Based on today's action, I'm not like, yeah, right there. I'm not like crazy excited about taking that trade yet. But at some point, you lose IB high, you come back down to right here, 25% retracement of the IB. Same thing on ES. Bulls are fully in control. I don't know. I hope, hopefully, the thesis I laid out multiple times of us returning back up here was clear and helpful. This right here. Guys, if you see me sitting here doing a whole lot of nothing, it's not easy. I've lost enough money that it gets easier, but it's still not easy. There are a lot of times you just don't do anything though. Guys, Brian, do you have your Discord? I am in a Discord with a few other people. Minx, Rizzo, Brady. We have some other people that are less social media type of people. Fantastic traders, they're just not big social media people. But I'm in a Discord group. I don't really promote it a whole lot. It's mostly futures related. I feel like how Rizzo trades, he does do full deep dives, alerts, everything, like way more. Minx and Rizzo are both on vacation. Minx usually goes on the spaces. I don't have her come on here a whole lot. Just she only trades in the morning for the most part. Rizzo, I don't know what Brady's doing. He's probably looking at this price action going, I'd rather be surfing. Rizzo's on vacation this week. And honestly, like, I call out news, I call out trades. Similar to what I do on here, I do over there. Sometimes a little bit more detail. It's a little bit easier to answer people and communicate with people, but most of what I do is right here for free, guys. The vast majority. My main focus is here, to be 100% fair. Jordan, well, the rest of the crew, Casey, Jordan, all them, they're over on Spaces this morning. I don't know who else on Spaces, really. I jump in the morning sometimes to say good morning, and then I just come over here and hang out with you guys all day. Only Spaces I really do at this point. I used to do Spaces all day long. Now I do stream all day long with you guys. Really, the only Spaces I do are like the back half of stocks on Spaces. Some of those pieces. We do have 40 minutes until Spain and what do you guys call it? Cape Verde, I think. Cape Verde? Cabo Verde? Oh, Biomedtech. I actually saw you join. Big shout out to you. I saw you join Wolfpack membership. Appreciate the support of the channel. By the way, guys, I'm not saying you have to become a member of the channel or anything like that. But if you do want to support us for free, drop a like on the stream, say something in the chat, be a friend, tell a friend, tell somebody else, another trader where you're hanging out, trading all day, and turn on notifications. I found out recently that if you turn on notifications, it helps boost us out in the algo, helps grow the Wolfpack. New high of day on NQ. So little free way that you can support us. The only thing I'll ever ask you to do, I'm not gonna ask you to spend any money, is that right there. Like the stream, turn on notifications, and be a friend, tell a friend. Do you have a Discord? I mean, I'm in a Discord server. I guess I technically have my own channel in there, but I don't do a whole lot of that. Ooh, Jarrett becoming a member. Let's go.
Double kill.
2 people getting those memberships going this morning. Yeah, Cabo Verde, I think it's Portuguese. It's a former Portuguese territory, colony, whatever. It's off the coast of Africa, like Morocco and whatever. Like you just go out into the Atlantic from there. Cabo Verde. It was like Western or Senegal. I think Senegal, you go directly, if I remember the map correctly, you like due west from Senegal. Little island nation out there. What's up, Starfire Crypto Ticker Tap? With W's in the chat, I see that. Yeah, move to PR. Yeah, Puerto Rico's great. If you guys want to stay in the U.S., do tax benefits, and still be in the U.S. territory. Puerto Rico's great. Plus, just it's a tropical island in the Caribbean. pretty much everywhere is by the beach. I like Puerto Rico. I like where I'm at too, though. What's up, Bomber? Imagine Trump cancels the peace deal. Did I leave America? No, I still pay American taxes. If you're an American citizen, you pay taxes no matter what. All of my income is in the U.S. You pay taxes to the U.S. no matter what, unless you have like there's certain things you can do to have like foreign income exclusion where you pay taxes. Like if I started a business in Mexico and paid taxes in Mexico, I wouldn't have to pay taxes on that. I wouldn't get double taxed. But I pay a lot of taxes to Uncle Sam still. I'm a member of KC Trades Discord. I'm a member of just about everybody's Discord. If you ever, if I get tagged in there, I go try to answer, say hi, whatever. Yeah, my wife's from here. That's how I ended up down here. And it just happens to be from like the best city in Mexico. So that was fortunate. Taxes go to the military industrial complex mostly. I don't even know where my tax dollars get spent in the federal government. I mean, the last I remember, the U.S. federal tax, like the number one was Social Security, number two was, I think, Medicaid, Medicare, and number three, I guess, was defense. I think like the debt, debt payments was like number four the last time I looked. I don't really care. You have to pay it either way, so. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, Boris. Yeah. Most of my taxes are going to Boris's healthcare in California. Is that why there's no advanced railway system like China? I don't know, probably. I mean, the interstate system in the US is pretty nice. It is weird how the US is so different on public transportation than most of the world. Everybody flies or drives. But way more people have vehicles in the US than just about any other country. This 854 area, I don't even know if I love that as a short spot. That was just to find a target, by the way. Honeywell Aerospace, I think this is a spinoff that's supposed to be happening. HONOV. It's a weird ticker. So the Islamabad Memorandum is what they're calling this thing, from what I'm seeing here. The digital signature gives it immediate legality. And that was signed over the weekend. The formal ratification and execution in person in Geneva on June 19th serves as the formal definitive signature and public ratification. So it's kind of like a two-step process on this memorandum that's going to be signed. So whoever was asking for levels earlier, this would be my next trim spot if I had some runners. Would lock in some profit here. There you go, Nate. I like that. I'm just gonna go search my replies for all the bears. Some of these bears would deleted their replies to my tweets. Come on, guys. I was trying to have fun.
Yo.
27 minutes until kickoff.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was like 11:50 for some reason. Here's my question. That's why I joined, honestly. What are we taking? If you post a tweet about the what the score of the game is going to be. Is this another high scoring game? Yesterday was fun.
This could be. This could be very similar to the Germany Curacao.
So I have a couple bets right now, a couple things placed. Spain to win the first half by over 1.5 goals.
Ooh, a little bit of a newsy
And then
candle right here.
And then
Sorry, I was just looking. I just saw the candle kind of flash here a little bit.
basically, I have a thing for a lot of goals to be scored, first half and game.
We'll see. I don't imagine the odds are probably super good, but
It's not crazy unless you do this.
probably get over 3.5 goals. That'd probably be a decent line.
Over 3.5 total.
The problem is since Germany did what they did yesterday to Curacao, it probably pushed the betting lines, like the odds, a little bit worse. And because a lot of people like sports bettors especially, they have like this recency bias. They see Germany win 7-1 and they think Spain's going to do the exact same thing. They very well could, but they make the odds less favorable. Just like last year. So last year, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina, and then Argentina went and won the whole thing. Saudi Arabia plays Uruguay tonight. And a lot of people are thinking, oh, Saudi Arabia is going to pull the upset again just because they did 4 years ago, which is literally a terrible argument to make. Somebody will get a nice upset in this first round of games, but I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe tomorrow. What if Senegal beats France tomorrow?
I gotta say, Ivory Coast and whatever, they looked horrible. Both those teams sucked compared to the games that were on earlier, honestly.
Well,
Germany destroyed, pumped them.
yeah, so
That wasn't close.
I know what you're saying. I watched that game pretty closely, actually.
So the thing that they were specifically bad at was finishing the ball.
Finishing.
Everything else
So,
was fun.
well, they hit the post like 5 times. Both teams hit Ecuador hit the crossbar twice. Ivory Coast hit it at least once on the crossbar. I know they hit the side post too.
Yeah, they got unlucky, but I think it still is like shows the importance of the striker, that person who could just honestly just finish the ball.
Yeah, just put it on frame. Which
yeah,
a lot of times you see these like super, like some of these, you get these strikers that are like super fast and athletic, but sometimes it's a lot harder to put the shot on frame. Even though they create the opportunities, it's harder for them to put the shot on frame because they're moving so fast. But they create a lot of stuff that way. Dude, I was so fired up when Curacao scored against Germany yesterday.
It was.
I knew they were going to win, but dude, just seeing, dude, I don't know if you saw the crowd. Like, I swear, like half the island was in Houston at that game. That was a fun game, even though they got blown out. The Japan-Netherlands game was the best game so far, by like head and shoulders above every other game. That was awesome.
I missed a lot of it, but honestly, I've been predicting a little bit on these games. So far, World Cup, off to a good start. Basically, have been betting on the over on goals. Starting yesterday. And it hit 2 of 3 times. 3 of 4. Come on, Spain.
What is the where are you doing it on? Where are you doing it? Polymarket?
Yeah.
Good call. Shout out to your bar at the bottom. What are the odds on this? I don't even have odds pulled up.
What do you want to know?
So you're betting the line on Spain?
No, I'm betting
or
that
total goals.
Total goals, yeah. It's total goals and Spain goals type of thing.
Spain is minus 1250.
Yeah, it's a little hard to take Spain, honestly. But I got I also took first half goals too.
Nvidia new high.
I just need Spain to score a lot of goals here. And which means they won't.
So this is what 91% win probability, 6% tie. Cape Verde has a 3% chance to win. I was actually looking. Cape Verde actually.
It's Spain
they
versus
don't have a.
Cape Verde. They're about to pump them. They are about to pump them 6. They're about to 7-1 them. They're about to 8-1 them.
Watch it be like 2-0.
Once I saw Brazil beating someone 5-1, or whoever it was it Brazil?
No, Brazil tied Morocco.
Who
Germany beat
I saw
Curacao.
Germany, I was like, they're about to do it again. They're about to come in here and 7-1 them again, and I guess the exact score. I did it like 4-1, 5 like when it was 5-1. It was like pretty solid odds.
The so it's Sweden.
Post a tweet about the game though. I'll comment.
What do you want me to? Well, what do you want me to say? I don't know. I don't have anything to say yet.
Your predictions, or like we got to get a 7-1 game, and they up them 8-1. That's what I'm gonna say.
I don't know, because like, I mean, did you see? So first thought, did you see Sweden Tunisia last night? 5-1?
A little bit
You're
of it.
probably
Yeah.
asleep.
No, I was up because of the UFC fights, and I had fun.
Oh, yeah.
on it. Most of it hit. Again, I took the over.
5-1. Tunisia fired their coach last night.
No way.
I woke up this morning. I read the story, or they fired him this morning. Either one. You could beat 5-1 your opening match. They just fire the coach.
What a wild time for U.S. sports, though. We got the Knicks winning. Then on that weekend, you got the UFC fight, which bunch of knockouts. And then we got the World Cup going on. It's a good time to be alive. Normally, there'd be nothing going on right now. How are your SpaceX stuff doing? My portfolio's doing pretty well.
Just lagged out right when you said UFC.
Yeah, I see it. It was a good time.
Senior U.S. official says the U.S. has signed the MOU with Iran. There we go. I think I got reset. I think I'm back. I don't know if you guys heard that. Senior U.S. official says U.S. has signed MOU with Iran. You still got me, Evan?
Yes, sir. I went on mute once I was.
Sorry, did you say something about SpaceX? It was like cutting in and out for me.
No, I'm good. You're lagging. I was lagging. SpaceX, I am looking at it. Shout out to 2x SpaceX ETFs trading for those who do it. By the way, yeah, SPCU has 804,000 shares traded so far today. The fourth most out of the 2x SpaceX ETFs. Will Perplexity AI be acquired before 2027? 18%. I would say no. I wouldn't take that. They said they're going to go public.
Who would acquire them?
Yeah. Oh,
couple more headlines here. Trump and Vance both signed the MOU electronically, and the Iranian parliamentary speaker. Immediate Hormuz opening. does take a little bit of time because of the mines. Agreement ensures prompt reopening of Strait of Hormuz and removal of U.S. sanctions on Iran. Anticipate rise in Hormuz flow within 1 to 2 weeks. Traffic in Strait to rise significantly starting immediately. Senior U.S. official is the source. Poor set auto pin. Oh boy. What's funny, Evan, is like I know it was probably a big weekend in sports for a lot of people. I did not care one bit about the NBA Finals. I did not care one bit about the UFC. I usually like watching UFC, especially, and finals of anything. But you give me 4 World Cup games back to back, Saturday and Sunday, all throughout the day.
And Monday. What do we do? We got today.
All week. It's all week. But I'm saying, like, starting Saturday, there was a World Cup game like every 3 hours. That's all I've been doing.
Gotta pump them. Egypt, Belgium, 3-1 Belgium. Saudi Arabia, Uruguay. What, like 4-1? Iran, New Zealand, 2-1 New Zealand. It's probably a high scoring day.
Let's see what Saturday. Qatar or Qatar, however you want to pronounce it, and Switzerland. You know, is a 1-1 draw. That was a good game. Brazil, Morocco was a really tight. Which look, I'm a deep like fan of soccer or football, whatever you want to call it, as a whole. Like I don't get upset over ties. I'm not the. I know a lot of casual fans are like, I want to see 3-2 games or 4-2 games. I really appreciate when there is a really tight like battle, and it ends like 1-1 or somebody sneaks out a goal. Scotland, Haiti was an interesting match. Even though it was like low on action, it was still like, I don't know, pretty fascinating to me. 2 completely different types of teams playing each other. Haiti kind of holding their own. College World Series. Yeah. That's going on too. I haven't watched any. I'm not literally going to watch any other sport other than World Cup this entire month. But I will say I usually like the College World Series. I like it way more when my team's there. Bed Bath and Beyond. Some tweets going on. I don't know. Nvidia's up 3.3%, 212. Oh, pretty slow day over here. When you just gap up and start just grinding higher, what do you do? Close your eyes and stay long. Stanley Cup, I forgot about the Stanley Cup. I saw a headline that Carolina won, I guess. Big shout out to the Panthers. No, I'm just kidding. My favorite part about the World Cup so far has been Evan will either type it in a random Slack channel or in the middle of a conversation in a text group, or he'll respond to a random tweet. It has nothing to do with the World Cup. I keep missing your questions, Evan, because I just don't expect them.
I'm locked and loaded on Spain over goals. Come on. Over goals in general, but give me Spain over. I want Spain scoring them.
Bullish Bear says he's done for the day. A little decent Green Day scalping only long. It's time to go all in on Cabo Verde. Make historic upsets great again.
You're about to get pumped.
I'm a stat guy. I like to look up random things. Cabo Verde has a population around 500,000 people. Madrid has almost 3.5 million people. Just Madrid.
They're going to get wrecked 10-2. Spain's not going to stop. Honestly.
Who's Spain even starting, though?
Doesn't matter. I
know Yamal's on the bench, but he's been fighting an injury.
This is SEC week 1.
This is like who would be Cabo Verde? This is Georgia or Alabama
Versus Alabama, Georgia,
Yeah.
Southwest, Southern State.
Yeah.
What would you do? His
North,
fire?
what was it? Georgia Southern versus Georgia. That probably makes the most sense.
I was trying to make it more obscure.
Well, it makes sense. Look, so Georgia Southern's like a Sunbelt school. No, but not many people have heard of them, but they are like
D2.
right there. And then you think about Cabo Verde is like not far from Spain. It's just off the coast of like Senegal and Morocco.
75-0, but they're doing it against Alabama. All right, roll Tide, make some money.
Here's another interesting stat. Spain haven't won a World Cup knockout match since they won in 2010.
This is rigged. This whole thing is rigged for Spain to win a game. And they're about to destroy them. They're about to come in and break the seal. Did you know SanDisk is currently the 52nd largest company in the world?
I did actually know that because I looked at it on Friday. The one that surprised me was SpaceX passing Taiwan Semi, which we'll see where that. Oh, changing lanes here a little bit. The Honeywell Aerospace thing. What is this? HONAV?
I think it's like there's like a warrant or something. There's like two different shares of it, but I think it's HONA or something is going to be with the actual aerospace. HONT maybe. It's happening Thursday. They're doing a spin out. You're still probably never going to trade it, but they're going to have a aerospace segment and an automation segment. Tell me those R&A guys. This is where the market's going. Space and automation.
I'll tell you where we're going right now. It's a new high of day. Again.
My Honeywell cost basis is $199.20. By the way, I have a couple swing trades that I've been in a little bit. I'm going to talk about the CoreWeave one. It was down. I was up for a second, not much. Down a good little bit. Down like 10, 15, 20%. I'm up 6% right now on my CoreWeaves.
We are 200 points from all-time high on the NASDAQ. Minus 0.69% away. The S&P 500 is 0.64. 48 points from all-time high. 350 points above the low last week. I have to come take a victory lap on Stocks on Spaces today.
It would be a good day for it.
SpaceX up 9%.
My portfolio still has a little bit of work to do to get back to all-time highs, I won't lie. Only like 30%.
Only 30%. Good God. I kind of like the number registered a little bit late. I was like, what the hell? We are, reminder guys, we measured out that gap fill, IndieX. That gap fill is just slightly higher here. 30 points or so, 20, 30 points higher. Which also lines up around the 30,900 on the new InQ contract.
Honestly, I need a 4.5% move to be at all-time high, so it is honestly still a little bit more than the market. At least in this portfolio.
Big day for Meta. Boy, we talked about Microsoft off of that gap fill too. Big day for that. Back over 400. Okay, and that one's been one of the weaker ones. Amazon. Frankie was in some Amazon calls. Oh, I gotta get my
SpaceX is now up 10% today.
All right, you ready for the game here?
Here we go. Spain early goals. Come on. SpaceX is up 10%, by the way.
I heard you when I walked away. See, that's one thing. I may walk to the kitchen or whatever.
But you're always listening.
I'm always listening. Like I kept sprinting back in here all the time because like I hear something.
Alert! Alert! Alert!
Especially if I hear Charlie start talking in my ear. I'm like, oh boy. Oh, when did they add Gemini to my tablet? Interesting.
You know what's funny? Also, my broadcast is in Spanish.
Oh, the Puerto Rican one?
Yeah,
What
I don't
channel?
know. It's Peacock.
Oh, it's Peacock, but it's Spanish?
Yeah, and I don't have an English option.
Well, it's
I think
It's
they
way
only
better.
have the international I think they might only have the Spanish broadcasting rights.
so like there's two different. So like I have VIX down here. All the main like Mexico and US. I don't know if the US for sure, but every public free channel in Mexico puts on the Mexico games for free. The other games though, you have to have something. But there's even different announcers in Spanish here than there are in the US. So like I have like YouTube TV, Telemundo has all the games in Spanish, and some of them are in 4K. Like one game a day I think is in 4K, and then like Fox Sports I have 4K for all that. But then the Telemundo guys are different guys than the ones that are on the actual Spanish broadcast for Mexico.
I'm listening to the Telemundo guys, I think.
The Telemundo guys were great. They're actually a little bit the one guy who can be really annoying, but I liked him during the Curacao game at least.
You know, I'm looking at the volume on the 2x ETFs. Almost as much has been traded on the 2x short SpaceX ETF as the 2x long.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's basically even
It's a little bit more on 2x
on the
long.
long.
SPCH has basically 4 million shares traded. SSPC has 3.4 million shares traded. And then when you kind of filter in, add in everything else, I'd imagine it's going to be a similar type breakdown. Leverage shares is the ones getting the volume though. SPCU, SPCL are also doing pretty well for Defiance. They're at 900 million. SPCQ is which is probably about to say pretty good ticker, is the 2x short one from Defiance. Not doing well though. Good luck betting against me.
That will be fun to trade.
The time will be right. You think it's time to close my TQQQ?
I mean, it would be a terrible place to take some profits here.
I bought in on Wednesday of last week. 72.03 is what I got in at TQQQ. Ooh, Paul's on the show. All right. Everyone like and subscribe. Shout out to Ryan.
Shout out to you. We just got the national anthems done.
If you see like 3-1 at halftime for Spain, no, I'm happy. 6-1 at the end of the game. Watch out.
I just want Cabo Verde to score at least one.
Yeah. Give them one and make it early so that they feel they have a chance. Knicks in 5.
I'm just glad we don't have to talk about the Knicks for another year. Who are they playing? Atlanta? 3 Jordanian referees, 2 Colombians. I almost would think about a short against the high here, but I just don't know if there's enough confluence. SPX probably you finish that gap fill too, right? So that gap fill is at like 13 points higher. Somewhere up here. Vocinha. They've done that for every, Tommy, that's for every, FIFA's had that rule for a long time. I kind of like it. But if the stadium is named something like, it's kind of dumb. Come on, finish the move. Rooster, I literally went through a 5-minute answer on that. There it is. There would be next target, pretty much full target, honestly. Probably think about a short here. The gap on NDX just filled. The gap on SPX still has a little bit of room. Let's see if you can drop like 40, 50 points here. $850, $855. Kind of want to try the short right here. I would like it better when SPX fills the gap, but lunchtime, probably get a decent little 30, 40, 50 point short here. Pound here back to the daily 9. Boy, that was a gross rejection off the 200 day. Oh, did we actually fill this gap? Oh, we stopped like 2 points short. Three points short. Were we up 3%? And we're up 3% of the day. SPY's up 2%. Probably get some type of profit taking here. Oh yeah, let's get Trump.
A very important agreement, a peace deal with Iran. And it's a very important one because first it will fix the nuclear issue. First it will fix the nuclear issue. And it's a very important matter for peace, for the whole world. And it will reopen Hormuz. It will provide peace in international community in order to support this deal, and we will discuss about that together and with colleagues.
I am going to try the short here. I'll just take a little starter here. I'll add it and like that 89 and then like a little bit above 900.
We will have the occasion to discuss about the war in Ukraine in order to re-engage together and negotiate a good and solid peace and sustainable peace, and President Zelensky will be with us as well tomorrow. And obviously, we will have the occasion to bring this G7 to speak about a series of issues from rare earths, critical minerals, trade, etc., where we have to build convergence amongst the G7 members. And it will be the occasion for us to celebrate the 250th years of independence for the US. And Versailles is a good place because this is where the King and his Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time did support the US during years, but as well prepared what we called the Paris Treaty in 1783, which was the final point of this war. So it's a great honor and a great pleasure to have you, Mr. President, in Evian and Paris.
Thank you, thank you. So Emmanuel has been a special friend of mine. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've worked on many deals together. I'm very happy to say it's signed, the deal's all signed. And the Strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they've already found. but it's essentially ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely opened. We got along very well with Iran. It's a different set of leaders. As you know, the first set is gone, the second set is gone, and we found the third set to be very smart, strong, very smart, but we ended up making a deal. I felt badly that we had to go back on the attack for 2 nights, and I thought a third, but we made it before that happened. But I think a lot of great things are going to happen in the Middle East right now, and very importantly, the oil is plummeting down, and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket today, like record kind of numbers. And the oil has taken its biggest plunge, and we're into the low numbers, not quite back yet, Kevin. We're getting close to the numbers we were before it all started. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which is what it was all about, because they probably would have used it if they had it. So we had 2 big moments. When I terminated the JCPOA, that was the Obama deal, the Barack Hussein Obama deal. And when I terminated that, it was very important because it was a road to a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal for the United States. It was a deal where billions of dollars was given to Iran. It was a deal where 1.7 billion in cash was put on a Boeing 757, I guess, right? But it was put on a big, beautiful Boeing 757. They needed a Boeing 747, to be honest with you, because there was a lot of cash. 1.7 billion was taken out of the banks and given to Iran. And on top of that, tens of billions of dollars was paid. So they tried to bribe them to make a deal. That didn't work. It never works. And we've done a great job. And hopefully it's going to be a good relationship, and we're going to get along. And if we don't, we go back to where we started, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. The Iran deal that we made is going to bring a lot of success to the world, because the oil was really clogged up there for a while. He would call me on occasion and say, "Come on, please, let's go with the oil prices." But the oil is coming way down, so I'm very honored by it. I want to thank you for your help. You've always been a help, and it's an honor to be with you. We had, you've always been a help, and it's an honor to be with you. We had a very good conversation yesterday with President Zelensky and President Putin, and I see maybe we can do something there. I really do. I think they're both open to it. So I'm gonna, now that this is finished, we're going to be focusing on that, see if we can get that one done. 25,000 people a month are dying, mostly soldiers. But had 2 very good conversations yesterday. We'll be talking about it. Then we had a really exciting, I think maybe one of the most incredible evenings in the history of the White House. We had an evening last night with the fighters, and I was very happy. I called last night, very late last night, to congratulate you, because in the heavyweight division, a French fighter won. I don't know, is that maybe more important than the World Cup? To some people it might be. To some people it might be. You have a good team in the World Cup, very good team, but you have good fighters too. And thank you very much.
Hey sir, are you going to try to attend the signing ceremony on Friday?
Well, it depends. JD's coming in for it. He was originally going to do it. I'll probably be gone by then. We're going to be staying quite late. So I may be involved, I may not. But JD was coming in for that specifically.
Mr. President, when will the text of the MOU be released?
I think pretty soon. I would say, I mean, I want it to be released because it's a very powerful document. It's not like the Obama document, which was just a terrible document. This is a very powerful document, and I want it to be released, so probably pretty soon. I would say sometime after Friday, because the Strait opens completely. It's open now, but it opens completely. We'll have all the mines knocked out for the most part. We have a lot of lanes right now already.
Mr. President.
So I think sometime in the very near future, yeah.
Mr. President, does the deal involve any sanctions relief for Iran? When would that go into
No, it
effect?
doesn't. Well, they have to. It's really a behavioral thing. If they do what they're supposed to do, that starts taking effect.
Monsieur Macron, quel engagement êtes-vous prêt à prendre au nom de la France dans les 3 ans août vous avez parlé du porte-avions Charles de Gaulle? Mr. President, what do you expect from France and
Well, I would love them to
What?
agreement where it's going to be open, and it's toll free.
Why this keeps happening with X lately?
So I don't think we're going to need much help, but I don't think it's a bad idea to have a ship or two up here from. It's a mini version of what we were doing, and it should not be tough. It should not be tough. So, Hezbollah, we have to have a little talk with them.
Je vais juste répondre en français à la question qui était posée en français sur la contribution. Nous sommes prêts à avoir dès demain des chasseurs qui sont sur place et qui peuvent aider aux missions d'observation et sous 40
Why does this guy sound like he's got peanut butter in the roof of his mouth?
Et sous 2 à 3 jours, le porte-avions avec les frégates qui l'accompagnent et l'ensemble du groupe. Évidemment, tout ça suppose d'être souhaité, demandé par les États-Unis d'Amérique et l'Iran et Oman, c'est-à-dire les parties prenantes de l'accord et les 2 parties, en particulier autour du détroit. Et nous avons agrégé avec les Britanniques une mission ad hoc où d'ores et déjà une vingtaine de pays ont donné leur contribution concrète et ce qu'ils étaient prêts à faire. Et nous sommes 4 à être présents dans la région. Donc voilà, c'est une offre, nous sommes à disposition. Ça montre le soutien de la communauté internationale, notre volonté de réouvrir ce détroit. Et comme l'a dit le président, peut-être que ça ne sera pas souhaité. Et peut-être que ce ne sera
Where
pas
are my Canadians
nécessaire.
at?
Mais en tout cas, c'est
And what is this lady? Oh, is this lady's translating?
qui marque notre volonté d'aider, de soutien et notre disponibilité.
Ah, why can't she translate for all of us?
Non, non, on est là pour discuter. Il y a des accords qui ont été signés en avance. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. I got that one. Is that it? That's it? That was a weird ending. Is it kind of an abrupt ending, or did I miss something? Ooh. Cabo Verde. God, these guys. Sydney Lopez Carball. I'm trimming at 20 points right at the 9 on the 5. Take off half, counter trend trade. The people that are members of the channel have a wolf next to their name. If they've been a member for 6 months, they get a black. They upgrades to the black one. Can I get you guys on the TE? T1 energy. Frosty Dog short gold. Let's take a look at that. Let me look at this TE energy chart real fast. There's a ton of this $10 level is a huge level. You need to stay above 825, maybe 760. So where it bounced the other day is not bad. I see all these lows here, and I see value area high that you kind of want to stay over. 1 second, let me double check my trim. There's the 9 EMA. I put my trim at 20 points. I didn't quite get there. Oh, do I have to abort mission here because I missed my trim by a tick? Probably so. Or do I just get a chance to add a little bit more here? Yeah, we'll just stay in it. That TE chart, though, just finishing up the thought here, sorry. That $10 is going to be the big spot. You need to get... You want to break and base over this. So like on this weekly chart, you closed over it. You want to close above it, like on the bottom side too. You want to have like an open and close above it. The daily doesn't look terrible. Daily chart looks constructive still. All right. Boy, I do not love the look of this on SPX. NDX though, 580 is your gap fill. I got my ads off there. I don't love that reset before the ads, but I got my ads off. 892 average. Yeah, I'm short a little bit on MNQ. 892 average. Well, we made it all the way to the hydration break with no goals. Evan really is jinxing this game for you guys. What time frame do I see short? The gap fill is on every time frame, David. All right, a little bit of an upper wick there on NQ as well, or on MNQ. I don't like the way ES and SPX look though. My stop loss, I have it like in 930s right now. Honestly, I'd probably be fine not running a stop loss on this. Yeah, I'm short. Oh yeah, I meant to look at the gold. Oh, yeah. Why is gold pulling back so hard? Ooh, silver too. ES still hasn't slowed down at all here. All right, I'm gonna do a little de-risk trim here at 880, and we're gonna see if we can get down to like 855 area, and then the 21 is rising up at like 845 right now. So So I sat here for what, almost 3 hours. I got a little trade going here. It's still very strong buying going on. But the main idea is to do that right there. And your first touch of the 21 in multiple hours is probably a buy. Oof. This is an example of where I scaled into a position, but I'm going to be scaling out quickly. Fine, give me that 856. There's a little 15-minute gap it's tapping into here. But I'm hoping we get down to the 15. Oh, crossbar. Oh, 2 good saves. But IndieX right there at that gap fill. Nobody want to take the trade with me? So you just watch your IndieX chart. If you filled right on that gap fill, you are up 35 points already, almost 40 points. I filled a little before, a little above. My average is right around that area somewhere. Here we go. Here we go. That was a good save by the keeper. Look at these jerks pushing it right back up. Oh, Cabo Verde trying to put some pressure. What's my TP? On IndieX, it would be basically that 526. Yeah. Really, it could be right at 542, I guess. 40 points or so. It wouldn't be the worst place for it to bounce right there. Right there. Let's see if that's where it bounced. Yep. Yep. That bounce spot right there actually makes a lot of sense. But in Q, I'm still looking for us to come down 850. I'm going to trim at 856. 21 EMA, probably the buy. I don't like to take many trades when you're up 30% on the day, but we'll see. Oh, that referee view is insane. And look, now the 21 is going to line up almost exactly where my target is here. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I remember when Iceland beat England. I also remember, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina last year, and Argentina won the whole thing. Oh, what a save! Another. Oh my god. Keep your eye on that 21 EMA on ES here too. My trims are ready to go. We almost got there. 3 points away, and they're going to buy it back up. It's going to frustrate me. There it is. There's my trim out 3/4. We move the stop down into profit. And we have a beautiful trade now. Now what do I do? Just sitting runners. You want me to go long? Nah. I don't like going long up 3% on the day. Filling that gap. I'm hoping I can just sit in runners all the way back down to like 800. I wouldn't hate it. You made the argument in case to go long here, but Look, Lord of Wall Street wanted me to long, or he wanted me to short forever. I finally go short, and he's all confused. I laid this out, guys, with gap fill. Filled the gap. Longs are taking profit. We're up 3% on the day. What are your expectations? Is this halftime 0-0? Now what? Now what? Nothing. Yeah, that Cape Verde, Cabo Verde, his keeper's playing really well. Boy, can we flush this thing? That'd be great. UNH is making a move. This UNH daily still looks so good. Was that one of my stock picks for the week? It was. I think my other pick was Walmart, though, and that one hasn't done much. Slightly green. Yeah, I really like UNH. UNHG from leverage shares is. Yeah, I think you're going to 440, 450 at least on UNH. Looks good. Holding the 21, you're probably going to go back to highs here. I don't hate. I mean, look at the 21 EMA on both. This is almost always a buy. Touched it one time all day. You just touched it for the first time since then. 2.5 hours basically in between. Same thing over here. Touched it a couple times here. 2 little touches here. I'm not taking the long just because of the other situation of how much we're up on the day. But you can tell where my trim was. Basically 50-point little pullback there. And I'm in short at a good spot, so hopefully I can just sit here. So UNH is still, I think UNH still looks good. I'm not making any stock recommendations, but Bullish Bear, we want Evan to reveal his bets. That's the perfect fade. Anytime. Always the perfect fade.
Sorry.
Sir. Is that a what's the brand? Did you look like you're about to weed eat my lawn?
Yeah, that's what I got it for. Go do some yard work.
I have one of those like SA or whatever. Ooh, there we go.
Anyone see this beautiful 5-minute evening star on both SPY and QQQ at the high?
I was already in it.
Let's go.
It was a gap fill on NDX.
Let's go. Gotta love good evening stars at the top of uptrends. Nvidia's still looking good.
Well, we hit the gap fill on NDX perfectly, so I started shorting into that, and I trimmed 3/4 of it, about 40 points, and I have some runners here in case we can track down lower on NQ.
I wouldn't mind buying it off the 21 for a little scalp.
That could have been the buy right there.
Yeah.
On that little wick down just then.
Anywhere in the 50s down to 40. Yeah, it already popped up to 80. Nah.
You came off the outer VWAP band and the pivot point on ES here. It's, SPX is still in the gap, so you still have upside gap there. I waited 3 hours to take a trade.
I swung over the weekend, so I haven't really done much at all.
Evan came on here talking about how many goals he was betting on this game to happen. It's 0-0. Second half just started. He's the ultimate fade, I swear. How did KC know to swing? I'll let him answer, and then I'll add some thoughts.
Amazon specifically. If you want to pull Amazon up on a daily chart, it's, for me, that was almost like a no-brainer for the swing for Amazon. So if you go to the daily chart, if you zoom out, look left, you're going to see there was 2 gaps to fill previously. And the main gap I was looking at, there's a giant green candle on Thursday, April 9th. And there's a gap right there that lines up around 233.59. We lined up perfectly with that. We filled the first gap downside on Tuesday, and then I wanted to see if we would catch a bounce. We did not. Wednesday, we sold even lower, so I waited for continued selling after that. to fill that gap from Thursday, April 9th to the 10th down there.
Just
Underneath
filled
that
us.
34.
I just heard a trim go off. Sorry, at 8:30.
No, you're good.
I just
This
took a
looks
small little trim.
this looks like news or something because look at this. Look at these 2 5-minute candles on SPY. This is a wiki. I'm not sure if there's a headline coming out, but Amazon was daily gap fill after overextension downside for quite some time. Zoom out, look left on the weekly as well. It was a really good spot. Microsoft was the exact same thing. Go to Microsoft on a daily. There was two gap fills below, 394.50. The next one took it down to 384.50. Microsoft daily. You look at Friday, it filled the gap, and then long bottom wick on it. Buyers present, pushing it back up. That was Microsoft's like 10th day red in a row. So it filled 2 gaps downside, 10 days in a row red. Buyers showed that they were present on Friday after that gap was filled. That was the other swing. Meta was just, it had a sell signal come in on June 5th, and then buyers stepped in on June 11th down there in the 560 area. All 3 of them caught good bounces off those support areas and back testing the daily EMAs today after the move up. So, except for Microsoft, I want to see Microsoft go to 405 today. It only went to like 401.50.
I'll also add, like, I don't know, in my brain, everything was set up for a move higher. I talked about it throughout last week, so swinging long on the risk to reward side of things made a lot of sense to me to go with some of the daily setups you had. I think Frank was in Amazon calls as well.
He was indeed.
We looked at Microsoft. Me and Casey looked at Microsoft a couple times. This one, you had a gap fill right here to the left. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, there's a gap fill.
We called out both those positions on Friday for the swing when it happened.
Yeah, and then the way it closed, right there, daily hammer, and then there's just like a huge area on the chart that I have highlighted here, and we opened up, tested into that, and pushed higher. I'm down to just have 2 little guys left. And I've made some good money after sitting here doing nothing for the entire morning.
Yeah, I like Pepsi for call swings.
Pepsi Cola.
Pepsi Cola.
Oh, dude, I want Cape Verde to score so bad. I love hearing you reset your mouse tapping it. I can like visually like I can visualize what you're doing by just hearing like click click, and then I hear like the mouse trying to scroll over.
I don't even hold on. Jeez.
I wasn't connected to my AirPods. I was connected to this microphone too. That's why.
It was so funny. I have one of my monitors playing soccer and this tablet. I have it on 2 different screens.
That's the only way to be trading and live streaming right now.
I'm more excited for the next game. Belgium and Egypt, I think, might be a good game.
That'll be good. You're welcome, Julie. I hope that helped. Yeah, just daily gaps that were filled to the downside after multiple days of selling. Risk to reward was great there for longs if buyers stepped in, and they did. So I doubled down on it too, because I was actually long Amazon and Microsoft prior in my main account, and then Friday I went long the same contracts but at a cheaper price in the small account. So I kind of did a doobly. Amazon going squeeze, dude. I sold Amazon on the pop up this morning to like 247 to 247.70 is the daily level. It stalled perfectly, and it has been sideways for what 3.5 hours now in this 5-minute squeeze. I mean, daily perfectly off the 200, sitting on the daily 9. I'd like for it to go to 250 sooner rather than later. Microsoft 405. Meta I wanted to see go to 600, which it did. AMD made a new all-time high today?
Yep.
Dang. I didn't realize that. Good for AMD.
Oof. ASML made a new all-time high as well. That's a stock people are kind of sleeping on. It's expensive stock, but
Yeah, that one's
still doing well.
tough to
MU
pick
gap
options.
filled as well, right at the high of day.
There's a lot of flow on those names today. SNDK as well. I haven't checked that one yet, but that one's had a lot of flow with MU.
Taiwan Semi still looks really good. Snowflake has a really tight consolidation here on the daily 9. HIM's 10% day. Wow. HIM still looks good. We talked about this one. Somebody brought it up in the chat that they were trying to long this one. I mean, it was right off this same trend line over and over. Pretty tight risk reward to get long on that. God, ARM is screaming higher. Bitcoin, this is your backtest spot. Dude, this keeper for Cabo Verde is the... Let's just say he's the truth. This would be a good spot to try to hold right there on NDX. Push back to the highs.
15-minute 9. Ooh. Poppy.
This is an interesting question. What would your advice be for someone who wants to do this in the long run, but doing it part-time with work now?
I think it's amazing. I think that's what everyone should do.
Yeah, I agree. The approach has to be different. I think you have to take way less trades. You have to look for only swing trades. You really shouldn't try to day trade. The reason I say that is mostly from experience, but what happens is if you have like a couple hour trading window, you try to trade your trading window while you're working. A lot of times you are forcing an opportunity that's not really there. Like your brain locks into, hey, I have an hour or 2 hours to take a trade, and the market doesn't care about when that is. I would definitely be trading swing trades. I would be buying a lot of time on contracts, trading off of your daily and 4-hour charts. You should be able to check in the morning, check in the afternoon, and be completely fine trading that way. What I used to do for a little bit was I went super early to my office every morning, And one, I was trying to get work done and get ahead of the day. But what I was also doing was I'd get there and I would chart, I would look at stuff pre-market, I would chart things out, I would look at trades that I wanted to take at the open for swing. And I would keep things on watch and I'd just check in throughout the day. What didn't work was trying to day trade, set stop losses, all this stuff, and try to take short-term trades based off of my work schedule.
Yeah, swing trading will be easier.
Well, 70% of market moves happen overnight anyway.
Yeah. Swing trading will be easier doing it on the side. Now, I did a lot more day trading. I had swing trades on, but I did a lot more day trading. But what I did was when I got home from work late at night and I did my homework, I would pull up the charts and I would look at all the ones that, for me, I was still using the squeeze indicator at the time, going to the daily chart, looking at ones that were in daily squeezes, looking at ones that were oversold or overbought on your RSI, ones that were super overextended and hitting areas of resistance, or overextended to the downside and hitting areas of support, looking for that red shooting star at the high on a daily or that green hammer candle on the bottom, and then marking out all the previous session, the previous days and weeks, highs and lows. When I would do that, I would set an alert on Webull on my chart. So I'm like, okay, like NVIDIA is in a daily squeeze right now, and it just got a green, daily hammer off, $150, right? 150 cycle after selling off for the last like 2 or 3 days. And the next morning I'd be like, okay, if it starts to break above and reclaim this spot, I want to see it continue and go to the next one. I'd have an alert set onto my chart right there. The second it would go off, I'd get the notification. And if I could get to my phone fast enough, if I saw the notification would ever come in, then I go look at the chart real quick, see what the market's doing. Is the market strong? Is the market weak? What's NVIDIA doing right now? What does it look like? Or that homework that I did the night before. And if I like to trade, I went ahead and entered into the trade. I knew the levels obviously above where I wanted it to go, and I had alerts set on there as well. You can also just do limit orders. If you buy them at $200, you're looking for 20% in and out. Put an order at 240, put a stop loss in, whatever it's based off of, percentage, level, break of structure, or money, whatever it is. But I used to do the homework prior and just have a bunch of alerts set on my chart. And I wouldn't do it on everything. I just pick a handful, like, maybe like 4 or 5 names that I'm interested in. And if I got to it in time, I got to it in time, and I'd hit that day trade real quick. Nothing crazy. I'd usually, spend about $400 or $500 each one. And I'd look to make like $100, $150 per trade. And that was it. And I just did that over and over.
Yeah, one of the biggest keys he said there was if he missed it, he missed it.
Yup.
Got a super chat here. Shout out to that. FRMI. I don't know anything about this. The first thing I'm going to tell you is this chart looks disgusting overall. There is a big base built at 550 area. It's currently at resistance. It does have slight structure change. The problem is this could be another bear flag, because over here you had a similar thing where you moved higher and then completed the move. I don't know anything about this company, Real Estate Investment Trust. I personally like real estate overall, but not stock market real estate stuff too much.
Do you have the daily? Do you have the squeeze indicator on that daily chart?
Not on that one, but I can do it over here.
If it's similar to mine, the daily squeeze fired upside already, and it's hitting back at that resistance. You'll see the red dots down there at the bottom.
Yeah.
So it was in a daily squeeze, 1, 2, 3, right? And then boom, it's gone. The red dots are gone. The compression fired, and it went upside, and now it's back at that previous resistance after the squeeze has already fired. So I'd just be a little bit careful on it because the move kind of already happened. You'll see the volume that came in there as well when that daily squeeze fired after that huge green candle. So I wouldn't be looking to chase it up here. It's not good risk reward. You're at an SR flip zone right now at the 750 area.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. These
right across.
You probably draw a zone right here. Honestly, it'd probably be a little bit more clear to draw something like that right there. I'd say 730s to 8 is a resistance zone, just to be a little bit wider. This thing could keep going, but it does have decent buy volume the last few days. I think you need to look into the fundamental side of this a little bit more and understand like the real estate investment side of things. How do they make money? Actually, it doesn't look like they make money at all. I don't know. It's tough for me to want to look for things in a raging bull market that are down 79% since last year. But if there's a reason, some kind of catalyst or, re-rating or something that's going to happen on this, it does look like, I see what you're talking about. I mean, these big buy volume bars and way more. I mean, that could be accumulation. So but yeah, if there's something that re-rates this higher, like I don't hate this base that it's built, and I don't hate seeing, some of these huge volume bars. Looks like buying and accumulation. The accumulation really was happening down under $6, it looks like, down here. Oh, Frosty Dog, I forgot you're in that gold short. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yep. Got through this congestion from pre-market. Got a little bit lower into, yep, this consolidation back here. Good spot. Good trade. Really good trade. You called that out way back here. Pretty good move on gold there. Billy the Kid. Yeah, so just from a chart perspective, it's not a terrible looking chart. It doesn't like excite me, but it's not a terrible looking chart. If it has something catalyst wise or re-rating, like, I mean, I saw you say some stuff about the grid or something with Texas. If there's something that is going to bring in revenue or something that's going to cause, maybe people to rethink this and re-rate it higher, then yeah, I like it. I like it to try to, if it gets through this area, you clear $8, I think you go back to probably $9.5, $10 pretty quick. So, I mean, I've seen worse looking charts out there, but doesn't just get me super excited. But appreciate you. Shout out to the super chat there. That does, I do see that accumulation argument though. Just in the price action there. Starting to look like a little 15-minute flaggy here. Flaggy. There's like 30 minutes or less. We've 2/3 of this game's gone. We haven't had a single goal because Evan tried to bet a bunch of goals on Spain. They're actually playing. I mean, they're playing super defensively, but they're really frustrating Spain here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Spain get a goal, but I would love for some for Cape Verde to like catch them on a counterattack, just score a goal, and then maybe Spain scores 2 and makes it 2-1 or something at the end. You need somebody to get a goal to break this game open, though. This good dude just dribbled it out of bounds for a corner. What are you doing? Vamos España. I do like Spain. Ooh. Yamal coming on? These hydration breaks are so dumb. We have hydration breaks in domed, air-conditioned stadiums. It is 4 commercials, Kevin. 100%. Yamal.
Primeros minutos como mundialista en selección mayor, obviamente, Lamine Yamal, que es una de las grandes estrellas de esta Copa. ¿Qué te parecen los cambios, Alcántara?
Pues bien, creo que necesarios. Quedan solo 20 minutos para terminar el partido y creo que tanto Merino como Lamine pueden aportarle mucho a esta selección que tanto le está faltando defensivamente hablando.
Perdón, adelante. Pareciera que va a jugar por la banda de la izquierda para que Lamine Yamal, a perfil cambiado, actúe donde tan cómodo se siente. Por ese sector de la derecha.
Is that where we just top out for the day? Lower high? Still above all the EMAs. No reason for me to take a second short. The only way I would take another short today is something would have to be super obvious within, a breakdown in the structure, news, something. Or if SPX goes up and fills its gap. Otherwise, I'll just sit in my two little runners here with money in my pocket already.
I think IWM looks like a short.
I tried to look up and see because I always have other charts up here on my monitor above. I tried to look up at IWM and all I saw was FIFA 26 Fox Live. Oh, damn it. Yeah. IWM held half gap. Now it's rejecting previous day's high though.
Yeah.
Yamal with a shot on goal already.
Tesla's in multiple squeezes right here. Hasn't really moved much today, so it's got a 5, 15, and 30 minutes, so it might get some candles on the back half of the day.
Long Cape Verde. I think you should take profit on Cape Verde. Cape Verde is overextended.
Video kind of looks like a flag.
What the hell is this? Regentis Biomaterials? 500%? What in the... Yeah, not something I would ever trade. SPX looks like it wants to go fill its gap. Make a new high here in the afternoon. If I just had to guess. But I don't like taking longs and you're up 2% on the day on S&P, 3% on NASDAQ. Just feel like the probabilities, risk reward is not that great in your favor anymore. This is crazy. Oh, I just saw this, Lord of Wall Street. So, one, we've never seen an IPO like SpaceX. It's like I would push back on this Lord of Wall Street because I'm not sure like what every time we had such giant IPOs, a big sell-off or crash has followed. My pushback would be that's probably a very small sample size. I'm trying to think of what the biggest IPOs would have been. Facebook was probably one of the biggest ones I remember in 2012, and I don't think there was a crash following that. Alibaba was recently too. It was in the teens somewhere, 2015 maybe, 2016. I can't remember, somewhere in there. That one, I don't believe that there was I think that was the last largest one, and I don't believe there was a huge market pullback then. So like the previous two largest ones that I can think of, there wasn't. And then, I mean, anytime you have a lot of IPOs, so not like a giant IPO, but just a bunch of IPOs in general, IPOs usually happen near market, tops, because they happen when markets are very strong. That's when a lot of companies want to go public into strong, strength of markets. Spain is missing a good striker. You have a lot of things going on with Spain here. So, I mean, Rodri in the middle is playing fine. Is he your classic number 6? Is he your Fabregas or whatever? No, he's not, but he's close enough. He's having a good game. Pedri's having a pretty decent game. But you don't have any, like, true strikers. Like, I mean, you have, a playmaker or two, but you don't have, like, a David Villa or, just somebody just has a nose for scoring goals. Spain is missing that right now. The real problem is you have a tactical team that plays very structurally tactical against a team that is just super athletic and hustles really hard and is playing their Super Bowl. This first game kind of jitters probably for Spain.
IWM puts.
IWM?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm short M2K as well.
15-minute looks solid. Oh, we need a short M2K?
See, the 293s for June 22nd don't look bad. They're cheap. They're at like 222. There's no volume really on a lot of these.
Wow, SpaceX is 184. Up 14.5%. Shout out to our sponsor, Defiance, SPCU. The opening print on this thing was $23.43. It is up 10% from there.
Squeeze Pro. Beardy Fred. On trading via.
What are my thoughts on USA and Mexico? So I follow both. I follow Mexico a little bit. I'm just a little bit more in touch with Mexico than the US overall, but I'm follow both of them pretty close and have for years. Mexico has a solid team. They have a lot of younger players, a lot of like inexperienced players, but they have a solid team, but they're not like, this isn't the year where you like get super excited. I mean, if they win, round of 16 type of game, you expect them to get to the round of 16. If they win that game, that's going to be a big win for them. But the squad itself isn't just like super convincing. You have talented players. You have a couple young, players that are really talented. You are playing together decently, and they have Mexico has like they don't have a problem of like superstars or, you know, like whatever. They don't have a diva problem at all right now, which is nice, but there's nobody that's just going to wow you.
Yeah, looks like a great
Anywhere.
short.
The US men's national team, the first half of that was the best first half I've ever seen them play. A couple factors could go into that. One, you're playing at home for the first time in 32 years or whatever. Really, when soccer first kind of got going in the US and back in 94. So like you had a ton of emotion and a ton of hype and adrenaline and all those things going into the game. The US team is a skilled team. They're more skilled than they've been in the past overall. The defense is very, very weak. The problem is going to be, so what they did that worked well for them was high pressure up the field. And with that high pressure and the players that they have, they were able to if they turned the ball over, they were able to immediately pressure high and take the pressure off of their defense. When they get against better teams, it's going to be very hard for them to have the high pressure.
Afternoon, gents.
What's up, Jordy?
Shit.
What's going on?
Not much.
Still a bull market, right?
Pro. Still a bull market.
Gold is right at pre-market low for gap fill.
IB long was nice today.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, SPCU new high of day.
Oh, we longed the first touch of the 5-minute 21 this morning. Ooh.
That was a good, yeah, that was a good spot. I was watching ES. ES looked really good to me to long off of like the 76.10. But I sat here and didn't do anything, and then I shorted right around 900 on NQ. $8.95 was my average, but I sold a little bit more above and then trimmed quickly. So
what's good, Gary?
I don't know. I made money on shorts today on a 3% up day. Go figure. The US can prove a lot to us. I mean, they are going to be able to ride the hype train a little bit. Hopefully they don't get it doesn't have the negative effect, the overhype. The problem is going to be is if you get too hyped up over that one first half. Because the second half of the game was a 1-1 game. I was texting the group saying, look, our defense is a liability. We're going to give up a goal. Sure enough, we did. They responded to that goal well. They did all the right things overall. I'm just worried about the defense, and I'm worried we're not going to be able to high pressure like we did against a good team. And you got to think about who we were playing. So Paraguay is not a terrible team, but Paraguay walking into the Los Angeles Rams stadium, SoFi Stadium, most expensive stadium in the world, into the first U.S. home match on U.S. soil since 32 years ago. The amount of hype, pageantry, everything that they had to walk into, that stadium alone is a daunting thing to look at as a player walking into it, especially if you're not used to playing in big stadiums, which most of their teams not.
Just got my first trim on M2K for the short.
Yeah. IB low.
I'm not sure if the IW inputs are moving as much.
I think you got to lose this spot right now, and they might.
And they're up a little bit, but I like the futures. I had an order at 299, 7.5 from 3,000.
Jordy, did you take any trades?
I did. I took the IB long.
Nice.
I didn't have much size on, but
it just didn't convince me that it wasn't going to pull back a little bit more. I knew it wasn't a short. At least that was my read, was like, don't short it, but I didn't love the long either. So I just sat and patiently waited.
That's all right. Yeah. We kept holding intraday VWAP. We had divergence at lows. We were holding order flow. I was like, I'm getting long. It's a nice short though.
The other thing, like, yeah, it's just, I don't know, really haven't gone anywhere since this morning. Since lunch. Maybe we'll see. We're coming out of the kind of second lunch hour is what I call it. Get the New York lunch, then like the Chicago lunch. We haven't heard much news. I just heard one like right now. It's the first one I've heard in a while. It's a classic day where most of the
Ooh,
most of
you
them
can
have
cover
happened
a little bit
overnight.
more of that M2K, baby. IWM. Ooh. There we go.
That's a nice looking move here on IWM.
Dude, yeah, look at the 5 minute. What didn't even do it justice? The 10 and 15. Ooh,
That's what I was on the
gosh.
15.
I looked at the 10 minute the first time. That second, that 10 minute candle closed, because you're gonna see the upper wicks prior, and then there's like a gravestone kind of freaking doji, and then there's another 10 minute like long upper wick that, yeah, and then that when that candle that one closed right there, I'll fuck short.
That's why I looked
There
at
we
the
go.
15 and I saw the same thing.
All right,
You
I'm gonna
had-
cover there. Get some trees. Come on, baby. All right. More. I don't think my IWM puts are up enough for me to trim yet. All right, 299.50 fill. I haven't traded M2K in a minute. When's the last time I freaking called this out? Oh my god.
This will be absolutely criminal if Spain find a goal here at the end. This 15 minute though. So what I liked the most here was like it was weak all morning. And right here you had the upper wick. Here, let me draw it here. The upper wick was on previous day's high. It pushed down, it came back up, and then you had two more. You had that gravestone one on the 15 you were talking about, and the next one you rejected the same spot and got a full body candle closure lower right here.
Yo, is that blue line previous day high?
No, the red one is.
The red one is?
Blue,
all right, now go
the
to your
blue one is a fib extension I've had for a long time.
Gotcha. Now go to your 30 minute.
Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah, look at that candlestick setup that closed underneath of it, and those previous ones all rejected it on the 5, 10, 15, 30 after that evening star formed. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
SPY and Q is still holding. They're not really getting any follow through. If SPY and Qs start to sell off, I mean, that'll tell me more. Qs looks good though.
God, Evan is the ultimate fade on any bet.
Why is that?
Dude, Evan came on here on the stream saying he was betting like 4 goals plus.
Oh boy.
He said Spain's going to score at least 5, 6. They're going to do the same thing. And I pushed back on him. Chat knows. I pushed back on him. I don't know, man. Just because Germany did it, I don't know that that happens. The ultimate fade. Come on, 2 minutes. Come on. I swear, if they score, I will lose my mind.
SPY, there you go. Q's not so much. Definitely SPY though in ES.
Why are you just shooting? No.
Bust it down, Tatiana.
Try to take it in and score.
I kind of want to be greedy and go short over here too.
How do you see the rest of the week? Hold on, give me 1 minute. Let me see the end of this match real fast. I'm sitting in short. I still have 2 MNQ shorts. I'm looking for like 802 at IB high.
Bust it. We're gonna fall to VWAP here on SPY. Come on.
Oh no. So I like Spain, but I don't want them to win this game. Oh no, they have a corner. There it is. Game's over. Spain 0, Cabo Verde 0. All right, let me answer this question here from David for the rest of the week. So you have a huge gap up day today. I mean, everything to me points higher, but that doesn't mean that it can't like come back, fill in this a little bit. So, I mean, I'm just be taking it day by day. I mean, you're watching for the daily moving averages to maybe catch back up. Maybe we go sideways for a day or two. Wednesday is the FOMC meeting, so that could be interesting. There'd be increased volatility maybe around that first Fed chair meeting with our first meeting with the new Fed chair. So we're back where I thought we should be. Now the question is what happens the next couple days? I do not know that answer. But my overall look could still be up. So it'd still be maybe look to buy dips down here. There is a scenario where you could just reject here and go back down, but that's not my base case. Oh, yes. Are we pulling in? Oh,
Yeah. Buddy. Come on. If we can break this spot, flush it down to VWAP on SPY.
Give me a 802. 802 on the NQs. Oh, this is the one level though that I have. The MVP of that was the goalie. He's 40 years old too.
Mm, 15-minute QQQ, 30 seconds. That's short. If it can bust and close underneath that, lower high, evening star, come on. Next 15 minutes, just slow fade lower. Come on. Print the signal. Nah, don't hold the 9. Push it. 3, 2, 1. There's a signal. They closed on the 15-minute 9 again, but there is a signal. Come on. Let's just go ahead and get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid. Even if they do an initial little small bounce here, just push it back down, flip it red. Come on, baby. Go
Break
spy.
it.
Come on. Ready, spy? Go. Go. VWAP. Go. Fucking go. Yes. Keep it going. Yeah.
I think Spain will be fine. That was a classic trap game to start a tournament.
There you go, IWM. Yeah. Yeah.
Crush it.
Oh, yes. There you go. Oh, QQQ. Look at that 15-minute. Ah. Come on, Spy. It's almost at VWAP.
Yeah,
There
intraday
we go.
VWAP about to get hit on ES. That's like the first tap since
There we go.
10:30 this morning. So nice spot to be covering.
You shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
You shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Oh, I just got my first trim on the IWM puts as well. Oh. See it. They filled me at 245. Almost at equal lows. And then gap fills just underneath of it. Go. Yeah. All right, 2 left on M2K. gosh, 5-minute evening star at the high, 15-minute lower high evening star to take you to that equal low at 1 o'clock. Beautiful. Just walk the bouncy here. That was a nice short. If this spot flushes or breaks on cues, you can get a nice flush down to 742, like 15 area. SPY will hit 5-minute VWAP. IWM will make a new low of day.
Yeah.
Israel is speaking right now. Oh, great. Oh, yeah. Netanyahu. He says, was Financial Juice, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, with or without a deal, Iran will not have nuclear weapons. Bust it down, baby. Come on.
Power hour, we're going to get Belgium and Egypt.
The 205. This one, QQQ, split screen on WM. There we go. Nice. There's your bouncy after the Trimsky.
$15 trying to hold right here.
Mm-hmm. Is that 1 p.m. low on Q, same bounce spot. Want to see a back test of 743.50 on Qs. Your 921 EMAs right there as well. Reject, stay underneath that. Would look good. At least come back down, test this low again. Maybe third time's the charm to take it out. Move a little bit lower.
What are we late on, Mikey? You knew what 5 minutes ago? Mikey, what did you know 5 minutes ago? No idea what you're talking about. I'm so confused. God. Evan just straight up bet He bet there would be like at least over 3 goals or something, 4 goals in the match. I was telling him I didn't like it. He literally bet that, and a 40-year-old guy from Cape Verde who plays in the 2nd division of Portugal just shut out Spain. Oh, it's so classic. What you want him to do is like take like Egypt. Watch. I'm not going to say anything to Evan. Hopefully he's not watching right now. What you really want is Evan to be like, "Oh, Mo Salah plays for Egypt. I'm going to put money on Egypt, and then Belgium's going to win." That's what you really want to happen, Onor. Jordanovic, did you score any goals today? I love that name. Actually.
Uno long to IB high. I came in short bias because we were tapping into a 4-hour gap, but we opened up and blew through that. So I was like, well, not going to be able to play that. And I just waited. IB formed. We were holding New York session VWAP. We were holding, it's either a 5 or a 15-minute gap that I had. And yeah, we had a nice like little change in the state. I took it to the high. Basically, IB high after breaking the high today had a 81.82% chance we would go through the 0.3 extension on MES. So I took it to the 0.2. I think I left a runner for 0.3. Where is this? 565. What was the 0.3 extension? Put it back on. Yeah, 0.3 extension was 565. So ended up taking it there, but we ended up filling almost all the extensions. I know Emp uses the 1 and the 0.5. It looks like we hit those. So 0.5 had a 54% chance of hitting today. Not what I wanted though initially. And I played it lighter size because I wasn't super sure, to be honest. I wanted the short. There was a nice short though, towards the kind of back half of the day here. Like we finally, I don't know if Tommy's in the chat, but Tommy, first change in the state to the downside today on a 5-minute or a 1-minute, but the 5-minute was cleaner. On ES, we had SMT at the highs. First,
Jordan, you should post
series
that.
of up close candles got closed below. What's that?
You should make a post about those stats.
Oh yeah. I think I did one today of both of them. Yeah. If you go to my personal today, you can see I posted the stats for the normal like IB by rejection. So we had a 74% chance of taking out the high because the low formed first. But then with that, right? Most of the time when we're playing IB, we're going to target IB high or IB low. But instead, if you go to the IB extension indicator that Edgeful has and you customize it yourself and put in the 0.1, the 0.2, and the 0.3 is what I use the most, you can actually go to Edgeful and get the initial balance breakout data. And it shows you specific, you can do it specific for the day of the week, and whether or not we're like breaking out or breaking to the downside. And it gives you the stats on which levels, which extensions will hit, which is really good. Yeah, so you have it up there. That's beautiful. That's on ES. So that's on all days. If you go to customize report and you go to what is it? Just specifically Mondays, it'll show you the stats for today, which is nice. I like to do that every day.
Yeah, right here.
Very bottom. Yep. So yeah, that's something I look at every day. Don't necessarily play that play every day. Sometimes I'm already done by the time that's playing out, but that's a great, some great stats to use, I think. Some of my favorites. And I know those extensions are smaller. They're not like a 0.5 or a 1, but that's why they have such high chances of hitting. And it gives you a few extra points if you're already targeting IB high. You have a 90% chance of hitting the 0.1. Might as well throw some orders at the 0.1, right? That's the way I see it. About to get another change in the state right here. Yeah, that change in the state to the downside was good. I was just already done, but if you played that, we had standard deviation. Very nice.
Ooh, volume on that too. American Express. Ooh. Fired a daily squeeze. Hitting that same resistance. All right, that was 7.5 points on
Screen rugged.
M2K, RTY. Down near those equal lows. I'm going to stop up. Oh, amp just all rug.
Oh, is he full rug? I didn't
He's
realize.
full. He's full rugged.
I saw his screen go. He'll be back, I'm sure. Can someone explain why IB high and low is important? It's just the first hour high and low that gets created every morning. So, hold on. Generally, the first hour creates that range, right, where we make a high and low. And those highs and lows have really good statistics around them. It's as simple as that. Pretty much every single day, we have about a 96-97% chance of breaking IB high or low on every single given day. So it's very rare that we would create that hourly opening range and never trade past it at all, right? So using those statistics, we can use those in our favor. And then there's extra statistics around that based on whether we break out, how far we can go, or whether we break down, how far we can go, or whether or not, like, for instance, data we use all the time is IB by rejection. And that tells us, like this morning, the IB low formed first. So when 1030 hits, we look at IB and it's like, okay, Well, if IB low formed first and the high formed second, we expect the high to get taken first. And any further than that, I really don't know what to tell you. Like, that's just the statistics around them, and the statistics are really good. It's about 70-something% chance that we follow that. If we take out the low, we should, or if we form the low first, we should take out the high, and vice versa. What time do you use for IB? It's just the first hour, literally. 9:30 market open to 10:30. Whatever the high and the low is of that hourly range is your IB high and low.
I just can't get over Evan jinxed an entire country.
Goodness.
Bro, Cabo Verde has 500,000 people in the entire country. These little tiny islands off of like Senegal's coast. And Spain has like 3.5 million people in Madrid alone.
Hope that makes sense, Shiv. Long story short, just pretty high probable levels that we trade around every day. EMP does a really good job at using them.
That's one thing, like whenever I'm looking for extensions, especially whenever I'm looking for extensions and it's like all-time highs or like there's not a whole lot of price action to go off of. That's how I set my targets. I either look for some type of Fibonacci extension or I look for the IB extension. These IB extension targets for the last 2 months have been absolute just killer.
They're money. And you use the bigger ones. Like I go really conservative with it, and I use like the 0.1s and the 0.2s because they have such a high chance of getting hit. But even you using the like 0.5s and the ones, they're killer. You match them up with your higher time frame levels, your previous day highs, and all that. It works really well.
Look at here's let me zoom in on this. Here's a 5-minute on ES. Here's the one full IB extension. Look at this.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And then if I go to NQ, right there at the 0.5 was the top. And it also lined up when I went and lined up NDX and the gap fill. It basically lined up exactly with the 0.5 extension. That's why I shorted up there. We had the candle pattern 5-minute QC special over here that confirmed it. I've literally been short ever since. Stop at break even on 2 runners. Evan did jinx a lot of people. He jinxed Spain. And Mikey, I think you're behind the stream. I think you need to click and make sure that you're caught up to live. Because I'm watching, I have 2 feeds of the game in front of my face. And one of them is faster than pretty much anything. I notoriously have the fastest streams, typically. Dude, I don't know what it is about the US that take forever. Actually, if you guys are on YouTube TV, little pro tip. If you're on YouTube TV, you go to the 4K broadcast instead of the like instead of going to Fox or whatever, you go to the 4K broadcast, it's faster. Where do you expect it to end up after the short? I'm just hoping I get one more trim at IB high. 802 is where I've set my thing. 800 was IB high. 802 is where I have my trim set. And then that last one, if we somehow make it back to like 8 or 752, whatever. I don't care. I've already locked in the profit, but I'm not going to try add any shorts, really. Yeah, I guess you technically could if you wanted to. ES does kind of look like maybe it wants to come back down to IB high or VWAP. NQ is still fairly strong, but maybe it rolls over the next couple hours. I'll be right back.
Watch this QQQ make an evening star right here on this trend line.
I know. As soon as I stand up, it looks like it.
Look at it rejecting it. Trend line.
Got to get under this outer VWAP band right here.
Yeah, it's like a minute and a half left. Dude, Marvell is nonstop. Anyone want to swing Marvell calls with me? Anyone just want to swing Marvell? Like, just fucking... Just let it keep going? Yeah, like, I think... That's going to be my next one here. I do have to leave. It's already up 10% today, but be fine. See if there's any flow. See if we got some flow. Dun, dun, dun. Marvell $350 calls. They're expensive. Just came in about 25 minutes ago. Someone bought 1,000 contracts at $1,300. And ARM, yeah, ARM's actually printing a buy signal right now on the 4-hour. I mean, the daily on that one does look explosive too. Can you just buy like January 2027 calls like every week and just let it go? You're in 320s, 618. I like it. Let me see. You got more bullish flow today on Marvell than you do ARM. Here's those 350s, 400s for 717 at 9 were bought this morning. Yeah. See. Don't want to go to 717. Too pricey. For July 2nd, you have volume on 340s, 350s, 400s, and 480s. That's about it. $350s around $1,500. 400s are not bad. They're at $680. Those 480s are stupid far out of the money. Those are $250. Yeah, it's not bad. Back test your 5-minute EMAs and a little lower high trend line on IWM as well. I want to see that continue to reject. I do got a bounce here in a second.
Oh, are we still trying to roll over a little bit?
Yeah, it did print that evening star right there, closed underneath EMAs. Let's just go knock on this door for the 3rd time and see if it can bust it down, Tatiana. Sniper Bot said short at 854. I'm telling you right now, when we go trade live, that's all I'm going to be doing. We're going to be looking for evening stars, morning stars, off these highs and lows, trend lines. Just keep it simple. Bust it down, Tatiana. Oh.
Please, 40 points lower. When do you think NQ will fill the gap?
Fuck no.
No idea. Said when, not will it.
Oh, when? Maybe like 2028.
I mean, maybe on, I don't know, if you have like a little pullback day tomorrow and then Wednesday's volatile enough, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of gaps. So like, there's a lot of gaps down here that have never been filled.
2, 1.
Oh,
there it is. Come on, fucking bust it. All right, how many points is that? Same spot again. That's 30 points, 32 points to be exact. From the evening star right there for the signal. Just tapped into the same spot again. SPY is still going though. SPY is about to hit VWAP.
Julie's asking what prop account size do most speakers use for like 5 to 10 lots. So I trade 100K or 150K mostly, but I trade M and Q. So like I'm, sometimes 6, sometimes 9, sometimes 12, 15. Just all depends on the scenario for how much I use. But I do use 100K accounts only. 100K on Lucid is what I have, and 150K on Top Step.
I like 50s and 100s.
Big old bounce again.
Mm-hmm.
My personal account, I usually do kind of the same 3 to 6 somewhere in there. Macros. Every once in a while, a little bit heavier depending on the scenario.
Just tapped into VWAP.
What is it, New York VWAP?
Yeah, anchored from the open. Overnight's all the way down at 542.
Mine's lower. 784. Are you on ES?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was looking at NQ.
You know what's not super bouncy right now?
IWM.
IWA.
Yeah, weak all day, man.
Dude, go into this freaking gap and let me trim out some more. Oh my goodness. Looking to swing these Marvell $400 calls for July 2nd. They're around $700. Mid price right now is at 690, 695. I do have to bounce.
Yeah, this Amazon 5-minute chart is gross. Look at this.
Dude, it's completely sideways. That squeeze been there all morning. All right. Just entered into 2 new trades on MRVL. I do have to bounce. Great day overall. I got to stop in profit on M2K. Still looking to take another trim on IWM before I put my stop at entry. Just looking for a new low of day to enter into that gap. But great day, guys. Nice Monday. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow for Taco Tuesday.
We'll see you tomorrow, bro.
Later, guys.
Late.
I'm going to go grab another stack because I'm still hungry.
Sounds
22
good.
minutes until Belgium, Egypt, which is also power hour.
Power hour. Bounce off VWAP. See if they hold that. Oh. 23% chance that Tradify traffic returns to normal by end of June. Less than a month ago, that was at like 62%.
Oh, choppy, choppy, choppy. If you're wondering why I'm just sitting here not doing much, because there's not much to do. I wouldn't be surprised to go see us test high of day again. Pretty good quote here, Banana. Have a good lunch. What happened, Newton? Am I missing? The UFC got me moving slow. You had a good time watching UFC last night? You haven't missed much. Opened up, consolidated a little, ripped, and just been chilling up here. Did Gaethje win? I have no idea what happened in the UFC last night. Where are they playing? Seattle? And this is Egypt, Belgium, Seattle. $13 minutes, huh? My space stocks move inverse to. I wouldn't say the space stocks. They're kind of doing their own thing, and this SpaceX is, in my opinion, a much bigger piece of what they're doing. I mean, so when you use the word defensive in the stock market, you have to be careful because some people will say things are like defensive positioning, which is more of like your staples, like your Coca-Colas, your Pepsis, more of your safety plays. And then there's defense, like defense industry, which can kind of move in its own thing, right? A lot of defense stocks already ran, last year into this year. Most of them have been pulling back and cooling off. RTX, nice little base push back up here. Lockheed Martin. Let me see. just under the 200-day. Rejected a 50-day coming down, but New Age defense is going to be very interesting, I think. Where'd my screen go? But I would go even beyond that and say, I would say be very. The screen should pop right back up here. There you go. Is it back?
No.
Uh-oh. Let's try that again. But what I would say is like the space is its own thematic basket right now. Why is this not working?
Yeah, it's just a gray screen, and it pops back.
There we go. And yeah, it's almost all government contracts. But what I was saying about defense is like the space. I think space is kind of its own industry. The SpaceX thing is probably, I think, going to cause a pullback. That's just been my thought process. But we'll see. Let me catch back up on the chat here, guys. I had my screen wasn't loading. What's up, Alan? I just saw your message in there. MU, yeah, MU, squeezing. Yeah, Soxel's up. I don't know when the Anduril IPO will be. No idea. But yeah, Neo Defense is one thing. So Nico, like, so Ondas, Anduril, Kraken, some of the like Redwire or Arcat. I think some of those would be in that category. Belgium's national anthem. That's what I'm bullish right now. This has been a great day to take one trade, watch soccer. Made a decent amount of money on that one trade. Still in it. Some of my favorite days are the days where I sit here and literally take one trade that works out beautifully, and I don't have
the best.
I don't have anything else. Like some days, like market's hot, it's hitting different levels here to here. Something changes midday, like blah blah blah. could take 4 or 5 trades, have a massive day. But sometimes these days, like today, where I sat here for 3 hours this morning, didn't take a trade, entered my first trade at right around 12:30 market time, trimmed out most of it within the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then that's been the high of days so far. So I'm just sitting in a couple runners in case we want to trail back down. And I know some people took some W's in the longs this morning. This would have been a nice buy here, or if you bought in on the IB break and kind of hold right here. I like Belgium in this game a lot. It's kind of crazy that we've been just trading in I guess it's been a decent size range, but basically a 50-point range the last 3 hours, 2 hours. Going into power hour. Rug it. I can't even like put on a new trade in good faith here. Can put in a new one of these though, Jordy. Seep.
Oh yeah. This bull run hasn't ruined the market, bro. They probably thought that in the .com era and back in the day, and now we look at the .com era like it's a freaking Asia session. I don't believe that one bit. Where does Rizzo vacation? It's a good question, Boris.
Can we do something?
I don't really have much.
What the hell is this? HQ?
Dang.
I swear, Cameron finds some of the weirdest. He found some really great obscure tickers, and then some of these I'm like, what the hell?
That thing is insane today.
What was the other one somebody sent me earlier? Somebody sent me, what was it? Regentix? RGNT was this one? Yeah. 600 and something %. So dumb.
What in the world? $1 to $10 to 15 it hit. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just gotta admire the moves.
God, can we just drop this 50 points one time?
Aerotine International, cutting edge, high tech firm. The only problem you're gonna have is that you didn't buy
Bro, the group chats for the World Cup are going crazy.
Are you short again? No, I'm not short.
I've been short since the high of day. Izzy, what are you doing? You haven't watched any World Cup? We're on like day 5? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah,
right
day
back.
5. So Trump did it. He was giving Iran 3x more money than Obama did. That's my hero. I have no idea. I don't know where the 3x thing came from. It's like unfreezing assets or something. Is that the comparison you're making? Yeah, I don't. Oof. Ooh, we scuffed it. Yeah, World Cup takes precedent for me over everything. I didn't even watch Game 5. Didn't care about Stanley Cup. Didn't watch UFC at all. And look, I like watching NBA Finals. I like watching UFC. I even don't mind watching Stanley Cup Finals. But when there's something better on, the World Cup, the absolute pinnacle of sports. Yeah. I don't know. I'll wait until whatever all the full details come out. This thing's actually signed in Geneva, whatever, and then we'll kind of look at some of it. But I don't really care. I don't get hurting the feelings of millions of them. Look, I watch all that stuff any other time. I just don't. I'm not going to put that over the World Cup. The World Cup's once every 4 years for one. Oh, holy guacamole. They go buy that Porsche? Look, they even added these hydration breaks so Americans can go take a leak and grab a beer at the end of the first and third quarter. That cracked me up. I was watching, I think it was Friday night. I think it was the USA game, but I was watching it with Spanish commentary, and the Spanish commentators were like, well, that's the end of the third quarter as they go into the hydration break here. Fourth quarter to start shortly. Think you're gonna visit Mexico City? Mexico City is a great place. Wild place, but great place. Very interesting. Oh, give him a card, sir. We literally haven't gone anywhere. I sold you. I didn't even try to sell you. That was pretty easy. Mexico City has literally everything. Everything you can imagine. This place is massive. Every culture, everything. Oh. Another yellow card. A little feisty. I like it. Michael, what proof do you have that the deal is going to fall apart? And you said
Yeah, that's very speculative.
If you longed oil, you just now got to break even.
That's if you got futures open. If you bought it Friday, you're cooked.
No, he said he bought it last night.
Mm.
The blind bias both directions has gotten a lot of people crushed in this market. Last year and again this year. Courtois. I mean, oil at the bottom of the range at 80. It's expected bounce. Anybody that was short is going to be taking some profit here. This was one of my main targets when I was saying short this thing when it was at 97, when it was at 93, when it was at 90. Who said the deal? Oh, just Brent, just somebody in the YouTube just chat. But once again, friendly reminder, try your hardest. Try your hardest to take bias out and emotions, especially political emotions, out of everything. Just have to see stuff for what it is on the surface. The U.S. Air Force B-52 Stratofortress crashed shortly after takeoff at Edwards Airfield this morning.
Damn.
That's an expensive crash.
Yeah, that's not cheap.
We've literally gone nowhere, which is kind of what I expected and kind of best case scenario for a World Cup fan. Edwards Air Force Base is... I don't think it's close to Ojai, is it? You're too close to the coast for that to be close to you. It's like on the other side. Isn't it like by Bakersfield? Like north of Los Angeles? I don't think it's near... I don't think anything's near Ojai.
Wait, what are we asking about? What place, sir?
Kevin said is Edwards Air Force Base, is it close to Ojai? I don't think... I think it's like close... I think it's like north of LA, like closer to Bakersfield, if I remember correctly.
It's 83 miles from me.
Well, it's
yeah,
not
it's
too
like
far, then.
I'm more west. That's like directly north from LA, straight past Lancaster and all that. But it's not that far of a drive. It's like a 2-hour drive. I'm more west on the coast. So I'm more... Act like you're going to where they do the SpaceX launches in Lompoc.
Oh my God, goal.
I'm more towards that area.
Golazo.
Bakersfield, Lancaster. Horrible area. Zombie desert land, yeah. Well, you guys know GTA 5? You guys remember where Trevor lives in GTA 5? He lives in like bumfuck nowhere. That's basically that place in real life. Pretty much.
Oh, I gotta watch the replay of this goal. Oof. By himself on top of the arc. Nice finish.
Wow, what a chop fest. Might be choppy into FOMC as well. We got no real data tomorrow. U.S. housing starts at 8:30. 20-year bond auction. None of that shit really matters. No earnings. Might be chop again tomorrow. Worst place in California.
Come on, drop. Yeah, time to buy some Belgium. Belgium plus 125. Thai is plus 235. Come on, break the range. Break it down. Any of you guys watching this game? That was a sick goal. That was a nice goal there. Look at that. You guys came for stock market. You got a winning trade. Called the action pretty nicely. And now we got soccer updates. What more could you want? Look, you can get Thai at plus 230 right now and Belgium at plus 135 odds. Yeah, into the first quarter. Michael Burry buying Fiserv. Still holding the same range lows over and over and over. Oil did make a new high of day there, still down 4.5%. IWM, Casey's trade still playing out. That one has been fading, and I noticed like the ADD has been fading all day. We're not getting much of a pullback, but big selling overall in the last little bit, even though price hasn't pulled back that far in the indices. Everything's just kind of fading. Fading or not moving. SpaceX will pull out. Is it time to buy the dip on SPCQ? It's crazy that 2x leverage that came out today from Defiance, shout out, sponsor of today's show. 23% range on a 2x leverage. If you just blindly bought it, the opening price, you're still up 8%. I think we can expect, at least until Wednesday, I think we can expect a lot of this. A lot of shot. Tomorrow might be worse than today. Maybe you get a little pullback action to help you, but... Oh! De Bruyne. I've been in this trade forever. There we go. Break it. Come on, come on. I want to hear order field. No. Just when it looked like it was going to finally do it. I'm still in the same short that I took at 12:20 to 12:30. 3 hours. Been sitting in this trade for 3 hours. Yeah, big shout out. Press the like button. Drop a like on the stream. Appreciate everyone being here, hanging out. Even on a slow day. Still over 300 of you guys hanging out with us. Sometimes we just keep each other company. Just in case something happens. Also, hit that notification bell, guys. That does help push out the algo. If you have notifications turned on, you're going to get one notification whenever the market opens and I go live. That's it. Apparently, Boeing's seeing a little activity on that B-52 crash. Him's new high day. Okay. Do you feel our yeah. Well, one, I know there's a bunch of eyes, watching or at least listening in. I know several people listen to the stream and go about their day, doing other work, whatever, listening for updates. So I try to give out updates throughout the day. But yeah. And then, you guys in here talking in the chat definitely makes my day better. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Should be a yellow card. ES is still falling. This divergence.
go options grower. Becoming a member. Shout out. That's 20 minutes left.
Big shout out, options grower. Been around for quite some time. Officially becoming a Wolfpack member. Bitcoin hitting the resistance. Exactly. Oh, one more. Oh. Oh. Nice build-up play. Good defending. Guys, you hear me getting excited this afternoon. It's going to be soccer related. It's not going to be. This is the exact spot Bitcoin should reject. Either here or it's back to 68. 68, 800, 69. Boy, we've done nothing this afternoon. ES did pull down a little bit harder. Basically, first hour high, 30-minute orb high. Why are they holding here? I'll tell you. Go look at SPY. Bet there's an FP level like right here. Yep. Right there. Oh, we got another Wolfpack member. I got to download a howl sound. Let's go, Janice. Appreciate you. Appreciate you supporting. We're also on NDX. Why are we holding? It's you go look left. This area. Here. Let me zoom in over here. This area is all of these highs from Thursday the 4th and a bunch of like lows and price action throughout that entire first week of June. Plus, like, just naturally kind of within your scope of how markets work, right? Anybody that was long or got long, and they got to a spot, a gap fill where they probably took some profits, but gap up, good news, those kind of things, you don't really have a whole lot of reason to sell. And your buyers are going to look at this going, that's up 3% on the day. This isn't the most opportune time to go buy. If you're not in, you kind of missed it. You need it to, either reset, consolidate, trade around in this area for a little bit. I expect some chop into the FOMC. I don't know how much we're going to get there. I think there will be extra volatility because of the unknown factor. So Kevin Warsh first meeting, it's the unknown factor. You don't know how to take him at his words yet. People may react in different ways. Once you have Jerome Powell for multiple years, you get pretty good at reading what he's going to say, what he means when he says stuff. But when somebody's new, you just don't know exactly how they're gonna act, how they're gonna word things, how the market's gonna take things. If people are a little bit skittish over maybe some of his commentary, does he say anything? Does he lay out anything that may be like a peek into how he plans to govern? How much does it change? There's those factors in there, but beyond that, it's a panel of voting, members, right? He's just the chair. So I think there will be increased volatility on Wednesday with the FOMC, but I don't think I don't think there's anything too crazy out of the ordinary. We are trying to figure out what inflation is going to look like, what they may or may not do with the oil prices that have been up here for quite a while, which are now finally tapering off. So do we get some dovishness? I don't know. With Warsh, the other big thing that a lot of people are watching is balance sheet. What does the balance sheet look like? He had some notorious comments back in his first stint as a governor or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Paper put a video out. Yeah, we'll have to watch what Paper has, read and looked into that. But yeah, my condensed thoughts are: you're going to try to find out what he's going to say. Does he say anything that kind of foreshadows what's his overall tone, and how does the market start, reacting to him? It's been a pretty good first half. Kind of a pretty chippy game. Not much possession by either team. "15 minutes. Can we do anything? Probably not." Really didn't even get that many headlines this afternoon. Getting to the point of the day where I might just go ahead and take off one of my other runners. Oh! I'm glad I have not tried to touch this thing all afternoon.
Who the fuck is Paper? What kind of name is that? Is he a fatty? Nah, but his pockets are fat, that's for sure. That would be a correct statement for his pockets. Paper's the goat.
Is it a good idea to swing long in Q into tomorrow for new all-time high? You could swing long if you're like, I wouldn't hate it if you had like a Rizzo style approach and you looked for a dip buy somewhere tonight. When you gap up this hard and have a 3% up day, like, could you get follow through? Yes, but what are you gonna risk to be able to get that? I mean, you could pull back to anywhere. You pull back to 720 to that morning consolidation, opening print type of thing, that opening drive. You pull back to 500 something, or you just keep going. Billy the Kid, appreciate you coming by. Live here all day, every day. There's MOC. I have no idea what the MOC is. I don't have it pulled up.
I'll get it.
I'm gonna go ahead and take one of my other two left off right here.
Whoa, S&P 3 bill. Is that 3 billion? 3 billion to the buy side, or sell side. Sorry, 3 billion to the sell side. Nasdaq 2.1 billion to the sell side. Sell side. That's a decently large
buy side
MSC compared to what we've had.
Did you say sell side or buy side?
Sell side 3 billion.
3 billion sell side.
Yeah, Nasdaq 2.1.
I don't know. I took off that last runner, and if we can get 800, then we'll be happy. Sí se puede. What is MOC telling me? Just telling me there's a lot more sell orders than buy orders today. Oh, now it's halftime.
Bro, have you seen that monthly candle? Seen that monthly wick?
On what?
Yes. I mean, the NQ monthly candle on the futures is green now.
Oh, well, yeah.
Not green on ES yet.
ES was about to hit VWAP today for the first time since 8 p.m. last night. Like, just like in today's case, it's interesting that, you know, there's more selling than buying here at the close, but is that people trying to get out of positions? Is that people that were in positions? I don't know. Monthly candle, I guess we are at the midpoint of the month. Still super early for me to look at a monthly. Come on, finish the move. They just can't do it, huh? Come on, I want 100 points. So the first sell order I placed was 4 hours ago. Oh, give it to me. Give it to me. Yes, is testing VWAP. Sorry, they'll just bounce it here. Dadgummit. Evan said Belgium 4, Egypt 2. We're cooked. Oh, come on. Come on. Flush it. One little flash. Reports of sources close to IRGC saying they will. This is not my news headline. This is what I'm reading in the chat. They will use 24 billion from the deal to take another straight and play the same games. That doesn't even make sense. And I question what source that came from. I don't see it. Yeah, I'm not saying that we're being reported by anybody. Oh, they're ripping it. There you go. Ring the bell.
What a day.
Back like we never left.
Oh,
All right. Well, time for me to just hit the exit all button.
yep. Exit all, flatten all.
Cancel all.
Lock the accounts.
Whew.
Well, gents, it's the start to the short week.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get ready to watch the second half. I've got some spaces coming up later today.
Yes, sir. Great day.
See you guys in the morning.
See you,
then,
Frankie. See if we get more chop tomorrow, but we'll be here for it either way. If you're new, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you want to help support us, just hit that notification bell. We only go live once a day, right at the open. But it does help the algorithm. Appreciate all of you being here. Big shout out to the whole Wolfpack being here. Shout out to Defiance. SpaceX 2x leveraged ETFs went live today. 2x long SPCU and the short version SPCQ as well. Both of those went live today. You don't have to deal with the options, all that stuff, but want to shout out Defiance. Appreciate them sponsoring this. Make sure you go to defianceetfs.com, read all the disclosures, prospectus, all that good stuff. Make sure you know what you're doing. There is risk involved with any leveraged product, of course, including the possibility of loss of your entire investment in a single day. But the SPCU seeks daily investment results equal to 200% of the daily performance of SpaceX regular stock. 2x daily exposure. Also, 2x on the short side with SPCQ. Big shout out to them. We appreciate them sponsoring this live free stream all day, every day. Shout out to all you guys being here. Shout out to Jordy running spaces this morning and sladding over here, hanging out with us this afternoon. A lot of hanging out today, not much trading. I took one trade.
I got some other stuff done around the house as well, but a great day regardless. We always have a good one. Always a good time with the crew.
All right. Well, I'm going to get me a snack and watch the second half. Get ready for some spaces this evening and see you guys in the morning.
Yes, sir. See everybody then. Peace out, crew.